Hello everyone, welcome to the 8th round of the London Chess Classic. Today I'm accompanied with the top player who could easily fit into that group of players in the main playing hall, but I'm glad that I'm having Liner Dominguez here. Welcome.
Thank you.
How was your travel? You came from US, I believe.
Yes, I came a couple of days ago. It was a long trip, but happy to be here and watch the games from close.
Yeah, very nice to have you here because I believe that you played many games versus those players. We will touch that topic. But let's go to the playing call. Let's see how the stage has been prepared. Yesterday was a free day with nice chess and business event. Maybe Malcolm Payne will tell you more about it. It was nice. There's a combination of top players plus some entrepreneurs, celebrities, and it looked really, really nice. And we can see players already seated, some of them. Sam Sheckland, I believe that Liner, you know him very well.
Yeah,
played many games.
Played quite a lot, yeah.
And Abdusattorov, Firouzja, this is our now main match, main game of the round. And with Hugo versus Eliano with the black piece, with the white pieces, Nikita playing some strong and theoretical lines, and Gavain Jones versus Mishra. Gavain is repeating the colors. Regarding standings, Abdusattorov is almost winning the tournament. He just needs a half a point. Then Alireza 4.5, and B group with 3.5. Eliano with Hugo Teodoru. Same goes with the group with 3 points, you can see. So anything that maybe surprised you, Liner? Of course, result of Nodirbek is tremendous.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, no? Like he wasn't playing. At least his latest results were not so great. I mean, he lost in the World Cup, and I believe he lost 2 games in the classical match, and that's tough, of course. So yeah, you would think that he would bounce back at some point, but anyway, the way he's been doing it has been really amazing to watch. I mean, just to have 6.5 out of 7 with this field is not easy for anybody.
Yeah, we remember this Caruana 7 out of 7 in St. Louis, but here, of course, 6 wins is also special, as you mentioned. Let's check the first moves. I believe that slowly we will have them on the board. As I mentioned many times, I will ask you later about it, that Sam always looks like he's sort of suffering, but good moves are coming and he's always there. And player not to underestimate it. I was in Goa at the World Cup there for almost 2 weeks, and I was following main matches till the final, and I mentioned and predicted that he might kicked out Dubov, because everyone was speaking after this win of Dubov versus Praggnanandhaa that 10 minutes prep on mobile phone versus Praggnanandhaa, that he will crush more. But I said that Sam is not the one to be underestimated, and actually I predicted correctly. Yeah, this is the game. What do you expect, Liner? E4 or D4?
I think Firouzja most likely E4.
E4, yeah.
Yeah, but of course it's gonna be a big game. I mean, it's if Firouzja wins, of course it's Abdusattorov is still the likely winner of the tournament. But it will be interesting to see if he can make it more close.
Okay, we have some young champion with 2 medals around his neck, and he goes for E4. Okay, waiting for a signal. He should come. Okay, also if you come from this side, then from this side when he's standing now, you're on the camera. From other side, people see you more for photos. Teresa is there, and she will take photos. Both kids, E4, and now returning. And there was a famous story in Bulgaria during this tournament where Topalov played. I don't know, minister came and made 2 moves, like in old times people would do somewhere on the beach, playing 2 moves for white, 2 moves for black at the start, and then the court system collapsed and first round was without transmission. So, but these days I think technology improved, so it's not
D4 actually.
Oh, it reminds me a bit of Vichy versus Topalov. I think in that match, Vichy started with D4 in some lines, and then they played some.
It's kind of a surprise, yeah.
Or was it versus Boris? I'm not sure now. So D4. So what do you do? Hang on. This is another game. This is Sicilian, but let's stay with our main game. So Abdusattorov, Firouzja, D4, D5, C4, probably some Ragozin.
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, the young players nowadays, their repertoire is much more broad than it used to be years ago. So I think that's a new trend.
DC4?
DC4.
MVL style, he added to his
repertoire. I also played
it
for years. I mean, long time ago, and then I picked it up recently. It's a very solid choice. I mean, it's very logical, taking into account just the stand-ins and the overall position of the tournament. But maybe it's just what his intention was, regardless of the results.
Just to go for it. Probably he prepared.
Yeah, here of course. Will he go for E4 or not? Because E4 it's perhaps the sharpest line.
And he did.
Yes.
Yeah, now there is E5, the most solid right, but it's also possible to play knight F6, viable knight C6.
Yeah, even B5, came to the theory.
I think that was.
I myself played it many times, but E5 is a bit more solid.
B5, I think it was Deep Blue versus Kramnik. Kramnik played it with B5 in that match in Bonn, and actually he played a fantastic game. But then Blander mate in one, that famous
7, yes.
Yeah. So here E4, E5, knight F3. Now it's possible to give check immediately, but ED4.
Check is supposed to be like, I mean, it depends what you want to avoid. There's some nuances here in the opening.
Knight C3
because, if you take on D4 first, after bishop takes C4, bishop B4 check, there is this line with knight BD2 that sometimes black wants to avoid, and that's why bishop B4 check first, because then if knight BD2, black has C3. That's why this is not a line here. But at the same time, you give white other options, so it's all more or less...
as you mentioned,
there's no big difference.
As you mentioned, this knight D2, I was analyzing bishop D2 a lot. At some stage, white pushes E5 play, even being pawn down some A3, B4 is possible.
Yeah, white plays around the pawn, sometimes doesn't recapture the pawn immediately, it just accelerates the development and tries to create some initiative. But overall, it's pretty solid for black.
Knight C6, this bishop E6 line is coming.
Yeah, that's the main line in this one,
Bishop
castle
E6.
And now bishop E6.
And taking or bishop B5 also.
Or bishop B5, bishop C5, yeah.
What do you expect? Bishop B5, huh?
Yeah, interesting to see. This is not the most popular line for black in the Queen's Gambit, accepted, at least if you take into account the latest trends. I think bishop B4 check has been more popular lately. This is sort of like the old kind of line, but who knows? Maybe he has other intentions.
Is it the idea that Nodirbek always likes to have some, at least small, but that there exists some winning chances? Because in some lines with bishop B4, you might liquidate, and it will be like equal and slight plus for white. But here it's possible to win even in those lines. Yeah,
bishop E6, definitely. I mean, if he plays it, did he play bishop E6? Or?
Yes.
He did, yeah?
Yeah, and now Alireza is thinking.
Yeah, this is, of course, more like double-edged, because the line, I mean, bishop takes E6, takes queen B3, and queen B7, it's a line, but it's supposed to be a bit better for white, but what, to your point, it's very much chances for both sides in terms of getting the initiative. So it's in that sense,
Yeah, usually it goes, I don't know, knight F6 or bishop D6, this kind of position. Either white goes with B3 or sometimes dream to push B4, queen comes back, right? Black has some ideas over the F file.
Yeah, black's pawn structure it's so bad, but at the same time, black gets a lot of dynamics with, you know, all these knight jumps and knight g4 at some point after black castles short, and there are some tactical resources. And then white is trying to consolidate and eventually put pressure on the pawns.
Tell us about your experience. Do you have some games in this line? Okay, you were World Blitz champion, so I believe in Blitz you have tried a lot of things.
Yeah.
How about this position? Or?
I mean, as I said before, the Queen's Gambit Accepted was my. I remember in 2005 or sometime around those years, I was looking for a solid weapon for black because I've been playing Slav my whole life before that, and you know, it was like kind of not very deep, very serious preparation, so I would get in trouble, like in games often. And I came to the Queen's Gambit Accepted. I remember at that time, Kasparov played against Kramnik in the match when things didn't go his way in the Nimzo and Grunfeld. He came to this, and I said, okay, if he did it, it's possibly very, very reliable, very solid, and it is indeed. And I started studying these positions from those years. I remember checking the lines with Bishop e6, trying like crazy to make it work not to make it work, but you know, get some positions that I liked, and I was never fully convinced by it. But I don't think I played this one in Blitz or in Classical, but I do remember checking the lines a lot and trying to, you know, analyze it for black mostly. But yeah, it's this one is perhaps one of the sharpest in the whole Queen's Gambit. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, just to add a few things to viewers, Liner was world number 8, now top 20, 14th is something like that, if I checked correctly. World Blitz and Rapid champion. Was it Blitz or was it
Blitz?
Blitz?
In 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. So CV is, as I said, quite strong. I recall many of your games. By the way, we are same generation, born in '83. I'm in April. I don't know about you.
Yeah, September.
September. Okay. Yes. So as I said, quite a known top player. There was some part in your career you switched from Cuba to US. Yes, you needed to idle for 2 years, something like that?
Yes, from basically I didn't play 2017 and 2018, and came back to play in 2019 after the transfer. But yeah, I had those 2 years.
Was that a moment when you could study about some openings and maybe to try to improve, for example, Queen's Gambit Accepted?
Yeah, it wasn't Queen's Gambit Accepted at that time. It was like I was more into semi-Tarrasch, and that's when I started playing those openings. I did work a lot.
How is not to play for 2 years? It looks really tough for a player like you.
Yeah, for me it wasn't so hard. I mean, I was working on chess. I was playing some rapids, but nothing too serious. But you know, I always had this mentality that I enjoy working. I enjoy just looking at chess, analyzing, kind of preparing for tournaments. It's I see people all the time like, you're crazy to play, but yeah, I enjoy playing, and I used to enjoy it much more in those years. But it wasn't the end of the world for me. I was happy with the break, and I was trying to, you know, improve.
Yeah, according to the rules, you need to wait to be able to transfer to another country, and that was actually the story behind. I believe for some players, younger players like Gukesh, it would be horrible not to play because they're playing like 200 classical moves a year at their best. But yeah, I got your point. Regarding Queen's Gambit Accepted, I know that MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he was playing only Greenfield, and at some stage he was fed up with black only Nodirbek, and he added this Queen's Gambit Accepted to his repertoire, and then his life become a bit easier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to memorize all those things in Greenfield every and each time. And I think it's a good advice. What do you think to some beginners of club players? Because sometimes people are having tough time on lower level with this bishop on CA.
Yes.
And maybe this c4, you know which line I was proposing to some viewers. For example, if white plays knight f3, knight f6, then normal line for them is to go out with the bishop, and this looks like a normal club level club level position. You go out, then at some stage develop your knight in c5. Here only thing you need to little bit check is some after bishop c4, e6, some queen b3 stuff at some stage. But basically on like some club level, even queen c8 I think can hold. So this is my advice for some players who are beginners, and on e4 to go maybe knight f6, and again in Kero style come up with the bishop, push e6. It's quite viable, because I see that many are trying to copy your top players and then ending up in some not so simple positions in Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, no, I always like that. I think the nature of the opening, it's very easy to understand. It's very simple in a way, because the ideas are so clear. After you take on c4, at some point you want to challenge the center with c5. You will play e6, of course, knight f6, normal development. You have all these a6, b5 plans, and then the bishop usually goes to b7. I mean, talking about just the classical lines, not even bishop g4, of course, is an option too. But even if you go to the standard lines, I find that the blacks play, it's so logical that it's first of all, it's easy to remember the theory. Even if you don't remember the theory, you can come up with the moves yourself, because again, they're so logical. So I think it's a good opening for every level.
Here on an IC3, which is like a normal move for some players, then you have this E5 stuff which helps.
Yeah.
Because
or even a6 b5, then it's tough for white to regain the pawn. So yeah, it's basically you have the classical line with knight f3 e3 and e4, which is again the most challenging line. And then there you can choose your line. I mean, if you want to play more sharp, then you can check b5, c5, those lines. But if you want a solid game, then maybe knight f6 or e5.
For my students, like beginners, e5 is forbidden. I forbidden them to play e5 and e6. Those two moves are forbidden for my students, beginner, because sometimes on e5 you are e5 player. White is the one challenging, and you always need to leave. Always, if white opens the center, you one move behind, and it's not so simple. You are having this symmetry, but always one is white is first one.
So they should play Sicilian.
No, Sicilian is an option, but they play Kero.
Kero.
I think this is understandable strategy. If something happens, bishop goes out, and I think this is quite healthy. Of course, at some higher level, then you start becoming a bit passive. But this is how it goes. So I think c5 is possible. I'm advising them O'Kelly, because this is like the most narrowest Sicilian, and you go out. So I think it's very important for like beginners to find some openings which are not just copy paste of top level games, because it's not easy to play e5 stuff, and then after knight f3, knight c6, those gambits with bishop c4, d4 with bishop c4.
You have a lot of sidelines.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to our main game. So we have Alireza playing. He took on e6,
bishop b5,
and then queen b3, queen d7. And I really don't know. I was following theory here, but I'm out of some new
knight d2, bishop d6. Yes. There was bishop b4 also, like whole theory, but bishop d6 was the main move, I believe.
Yeah, and now I know that there is possibility of playing b3, h3, g3, a3. So rook e1 or not.
Yeah, the thing is nowadays, you know, with the openings, some of these lines, people didn't especially checked it for years, and then you kind of do your own prep. You find some resource with the computer, make a line playable, and just played it. And if it's a complete surprise, then it's very unpleasant to face those, because you know it's a completely new game. Yeah.
Ed, maybe what would be like an ideal concept. Now let's play some random moves for, I don't know, for black. I'm trying to find some moves. Let's say like this. So the idea of white is to come with the knight on c4, try to push, then bishop d2, and control both parts of the board. So this would be some
basically white has, you know, this nice square on c4 for the knight. The black's knight on c6 sometimes is a bit loose, because you know there's no pawn on b7 and the c file is open. And then black's pawns can be weak. This d4, e5 pawns can be weak, or they can make black's bishop a bit passive. But of course, black again black has all these resources with the f file, and at some point the knight can jump to h5 or to g4. And I guess at the end of the day, the d4 pawn, I mean, if you get d4, e5, it could be also like a strong pass pawn.
Yeah. So what do you expect now? Knight g4, e4, e5. So it's some kind of turning point already. Do you do something?
So Alireza played this a3 before, yeah?
Yeah. Let me just switch.
Yeah, I remember b3 and bishop b2 being like main, yeah. But a3, b4, a bit more. I mean, a bit more aggressive, I guess. I mean, it's a bit slower, but at the same time, you give less squares. Like when you have pawns on a2 and b3, black has all this knight b4 jumps at some point, but now black is a bit more restricted, I guess, on the queen side. I think, yeah,
the
maybe
d3 move is not an option, right? Sometimes even
sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, too early.
It's probably too early. Yeah, bishop b2, I guess, white wants, yeah, quickly on rook c1.
I don't know. I know that some kind of players like Alexander Belyavsky, they would always think that white is better here, but then comes some younger player armed with engine and, yeah. Actually holding and not even holding, sometimes even counter-attacking.
Yeah, I guess e5 is, like you said, it's an option for black just to solidify the center and then maybe reroute the knight, yeah, maybe 97, 96, or who knows, maybe 98, 96 at some point if you need. But yeah, there's also the option, of course, of keeping things more flexible and not committing to e5 so soon. Like, I don't know, the other thing that makes sense, it would be like to jump immediately with the knight, maybe knight g4, 95, knight g4, h3 probably, then back to e5.
Normal move.
Kind of stuff, yeah, it's very logical and making sense for black just to try to create some possibilities on the f-file immediately. But yeah, very, very sharp game.
What do you think, why Nodirbek is thinking now? He's probably checking his notes. This is not a big surprise if you play Queen's Gambit accepted, so for sure he has touched this position in his prep prior to the game.
Probably, yeah. That's the thing, how it usually goes. I mean, I guess if you prepare this line seriously, which he obviously did, you kind of check all possible options here. And I don't know, judging by the little time that Alireza spent on a3 before, I guess it's one of the most challenging options. Then it would be logical to think that Nodirbek also checked it and has something in mind.
I would be very surprised that he's out of the book or something, that he's not sure, because
it's a bit tricky because, you know, with the modern preparation, you have to check so many things. I mean, the fans and even commentators who see something happening in the game, in the real game, but we don't see what's behind the preparation. They were, I mean, Nodirbek was thinking about e4, I'm sure, before the game, and checking probably dozens of lines in e4. And then, of course, he knows that d4 can happen too. His intentions, maybe he checked some lines, but he didn't check like his whole file or anything like that. He has some recollection, some idea, but he still needs time to remember things. And it's a problem that everyone has in modern chess, of course.
And maybe he knows few setups already after a3, b4. He has maybe two waves. In one wave, his files end up with slight plus for white. Second way is to have an unclear position, but he cannot recall all the details. So what do? Do you go for slightly worse position, or you go through your second option, but there you are not sure what are the right moves?
Yeah, it's very confusing to try to remember. It happened to me many times that because I thought because you see so many positions in you're analyzing with the engine some line and you go deep and you see so many possibilities, and some of these stay more clear in your head than others. And then I had many games where this happened to me, that I was sure that I was trying to remember. I didn't remember 100% my preparation, but I was trying hard, and then I calculate some line, and I think during the game, yeah, this is it. I'm sure this is it. And I remember that I saw this position and it was better for white and everything. And I was like 99% sure that this is for sure what I have in my file. And then I go back to my room and it has nothing to do with my file. But I had, the picture of it. Maybe I saw it, something very similar in some analysis or something, and it stayed in my head. But it's so confusing because, there are so many lines.
Or the final position, but you're not sure exactly about the move order or what white should do that this happens.
Yeah, it's very hard, yeah.
Yeah, as I said, also, for example, when you're coming to a game, you're playing white and you have like 5 lines, possible, maybe even more on your level. But let's say 5 possibility of your opponent. 3 out of 5, you're very sharp. There are big chances that you will put some pressure. In 2, what do? You need to play some forcing line, which will end up in a draw. And then your opponent plays exactly that line. And it's a draw, and people say, but how are you throwing white pieces?
Yes.
How should I explain that in other 3 lines I was sharp enough, but here I cannot be like fully armed in all those lines. But this is, I think, life of...
Yeah, it's the modern, I mean, it's the challenge of modern chess, Chess is such a drawish game, like there's so much margin that when you analyze with the top engines nowadays, like everything will be equal, everything will eventually be equal, and there is a lot of margin. So you try to find for little chances in every opening, especially when you're preparing for white, but you cannot really prove advantage against the computer. So in your analysis, everything will be draw anyway, but you keep trying to look for those practical chances and lines that are difficult for black in practical play, and yeah, sometimes you see that I have ideas everywhere more or less, but the opponent goes exactly to the line where it's just not possible to do anything, because if you try to do something else, then you'll be worse. So, yeah, happens a lot.
And there's also the psychological factor that you try to see the profile of your opponent, maybe what doesn't suit his style, and maybe you will also go for some like 0-0 line, but you at least know that he might have a tough time because this is not his cup of tea. And so I understand fully. And here we have this A6. This is probably some sideline which was tested, or he gets some info about it as some possible move to play.
Signaling that black is not in any hurry. It's not a position where black needs to be like super quick in creating counterplay. It's like saying my position is good. I don't need to hurry.
Just tell me, is it a blasphemy if we go back with the board? Is it a blasphemy to play in this position after A6, some G5? Is this? It doesn't look normal to me, but you never know. Nodirbek is sometimes going all in and finding some fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's quite aggressive,
Yeah, I cannot believe that this can be an idea, but
you
never know.
Knows. Yeah. I guess, it's more like to, control E5, and it's always useful, I guess, for black in almost all of these positions, but yeah, I don't know. G5, G4 doesn't look like the most appealing plan. Yeah, well, white has always its 91, 93 anyway, and
and there are no pawns yet on the 3rd rank, so that this G5, G4 is not so
the
strong.
question would be like, what's his idea after bishop B2? No.
Can you play without E5?
I guess you can, because there are some tactics with bishop takes H2. So I don't know, even knight H5, knight F4. So if knight D4, then you take twice, and bishop H2. I guess that's.
I know that sometimes they're playing even some. Is it bishop F4? Yeah, move. A little bit to disturb you, because then E4 and will white play rook E1, which sometimes is useful, that even queen or some piece can come to F1.
Yeah, like rook C1. Although rook C1, you kind of step into the pin, but just to put pressure on the knight on C6 quickly. And if rook B6, then maybe back to D3. And the thing about rook B6 is that then knight C4 comes with tempo.
Yeah, it's very interesting. By the way, maybe you can tell us, these days, you mentioned working with engine, with computers. Do you tend to think, now, is there actually existing that someone is thinking without engine? Because in my time, let's say my time when I was working hard on chess 15 years ago, one player was with computer, another was trying to find some practical ideas. But I believe that this now?
Yeah, I think it's less and less. There's almost no room for. I mean, you can try to find some original ways. I think early on, and you see nowadays that people like play almost anything in the opening because again, there's so much margin that you can do it anyway. You see like lines like d4, d5, knight c3, bishop f4, this type of lines, or even d4, knight f3, e3. Or with white, you play like e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and then g3, d3, bishop g2, and then you try. But yeah, it's of course less and less. I remember again 20 years ago, maybe around 2005, just setting the board and putting some like critical position at that time and coming up with an idea and then just checking it with the computer but trying to find something myself and then to check with the computer whether it was correct or not. And it was almost never correct, but some of them were interesting and some of them were even good. But I think it's less and less space for that because it's all so concrete and so you just need the computer. I mean, you can try to do it without, but you will lose so much time, and there would almost no pluses.
I was working with Kozul, and at some stage there was electricity breakdown, and we started to analyze exactly this line, but with bishop b4 check, and we came up to some conclusion. Electricity was back at some stage. I don't know what was wrong or why we couldn't do it over the battery, and then we were checking the lines, and it was true. Everything was correct, but Edge gave us in 5 minutes, and we spent like 3 hours.
Yeah.
3 hours thinking ourselves to correct, to recheck, to find conclusions. So
and there was some benefit to, like, of course, the analytical work you put just makes you better player. So that's part of the progress in chess. But nowadays, I think it's that balance between making the most of your time and at the same time trying to keep like a good understanding of the position. It's what you should do.
And it's a funny thing these days. Let's say that we get some player, I don't know, let's say, okay, it can be Kasparov, for example, time machine, and he comes now and he's now a top player and he wants to check what are the main lines. I believe that's the issue because these days you don't know what is the main line. 20 years ago, if you are a strong player, you need to know Botvinnik, you need to know neither Sicilian, I don't know which kind of lines were
Rui
Lopez, and there you put your energy, and by playing there, you are like, you are an important player. These days, you need to see where to go, and everything is a main line. I don't know what is the main line.
Yes, it changed a lot.
B3, first move, you need to study some Sicilians, bishop E2, or some complete sidelines. So in that sense, I believe it's quite harder these days.
Yeah, it's much harder. I think you need to. I think it's been the case for many years that you need to win games basically with your overall playing skills. You need to be, you have good time management, good technique, good calculation, of course. Just be a good all-around player, and then of course not to fall behind in openings, but then you can play almost any position and be successful. But you need to have like at least a clue of how to play different types of positions. But yeah, I remember, 30 years ago when Kasparov was dominating, it was like,
defense,
he knew 5 months in advance that Adams will play Nimzo in Linares, so he came up with this idea, very strong, and he would dominate. But no, it's clearly not the case anymore.
And okay, we can switch to other games. Last question, what Liner Dominguez needs where to improve to become a world champion? What do you think? Which part of the game is not on the level of? Maybe?
I think probably my energy during the games and overall focus was lacking a bit. That's why also I started to have poor results in rapid and blitz because it takes so much more focus. Yeah, it's just a small amount of time where you have to keep this super intense focus and. I think I was lacking a bit of that in the last years.
Yeah, for Kasparov and Magnus, and yeah, that's actually something where they're really.
Yes.
Yeah, very good. Okay, fair enough. Let's check other games. Let's start with Adams Shackland. You played against Boff, I believe.
Yes.
Many games, probably with Sam a little bit more. With Mickey, some games, do you recall
Mickey,
some?
yes. I was always a fan of his style, by the way. Like, I remember, when I was very young and checking his such a positional, but at the same time, very, very strong style of play. He's getting this, almost equal positions in, like some French, or it's playing 92 French is just less aggressive than knight c3, and then sometimes, just very slight advantage, and then he would just have this amazing technique. And but yeah, we played a few times. I think he beat me. I mean, I'm sure he beat me in 2012 in the Olympiad. Was it Istanbul? I think it was Istanbul.
Can be,
yeah. Yes. And we made a couple of draws. We played in the Olympiad 2014 as well in Tromsø. I was white and anti-martial. It was a draw. And we made another draw, I think, in the Grand Prix here in London, by the way, in 2012. So we haven't played much. I think classical, those 3 games. So he's +1 for all I remember. And yeah, with Sam, obviously much more, the US Championships and American Cups and tournaments in the US in general. Also like super strong player, like very strong in the openings. Like he knows his stuff quite well, is quite deep and good technique.
Regarding Mickey, of course, we know he was top player and then he was there on very top. But you have some players like Vidit, for example, who was, as I was mentioning 2 days ago, not one of us, but let's say that he was 25, 50 playing some open tournaments, while you have Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh, they are immediately like top players, and they actually didn't spend some time with us who were playing like regular open tournaments. But Sam, I recall some US championships, World Open, he was 25, 80, 25, 90, and suddenly he made a big breakthrough to 2700. So he was always good in theory, but something happened. I believe that he improved other parts of the game.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's for everyone. I guess it's different. You have these periods where you, I guess, don't work much and you don't make much improvement. Sometimes you like take it super seriously, and nothing happens. And sometimes you do it, and of course the results come. But yeah, he was always good in openings, but then at some point I think he just became stronger overall. Like his calculation became better, just technique, everything. Like he also like keeps a lot of the intensity, I feel, during the game. He's a fighter in general. I think even when he's worse, it's always like keeping total focus just to make the most of his chances.
Yeah, my point was that you have still in US some players who are like 2600 or 2590, but couldn't make a breakthrough. I don't know, to mention maybe former Lenderman or someone who were capable of winning against top players, but somehow Sam became better than others. I'm sometimes laughing with Ivan Ljubicic, former coach of Roger Federer tennis world number 3. Who like chess, and then
yeah, I remember him. I'm a huge tennis fan, and I remember. I mean, watching some of his matches.
He won in the U.S. There was a Davis Cup between Croatia and U.S. and he won, I think, versus Roddick, and maybe 2 singles and in double. But okay, you have Argentinian tennis player. He's world number 60. Comasena, something like that. Yeah, Comasena. And I was sort of commentating with him, and then Ljubicic says, you know what? He said, that kind of players, tennis players in South America, you have 5,000. And this guy is best of those 5,000. So my point is here that in US at some point there were similar players, 2580, 2590. They're very, very solid. The new theory, but same is the one who was able to make a breakthrough to 2700, which I think it's a big thing.
Yes, no, for sure. Yeah, I think probably the difference. I mean, it's I guess everyone is a bit different, but I guess at the end of the day, it all comes down to the seriousness that you put into work. I know Sam is like a chess fanatic. Yeah, it's the guy who works in chess constantly and is very ambitious about his chess. He wants to keep getting better, and I guess that's at the end what takes you, to the next level. So a lot of guys, and in the US also, because you have so many things also there and so many options, like the young guys, they're always trying to decide whether to go seriously for chess or, maybe go to college or something else. And then you have other guys who are like teaching a lot, and the Lenderman and those guys. So it's not always the case that they, focus like a real, professional, like a top guy. And but I think Sam is the case, yeah.
Yeah, just to remind the viewers, I think his career high was 27-30, maybe
something like that.
Something like that. Okay, now he lost some points, but I have a feeling that he's back.
Yeah, for sure he's gonna try hard. Yeah.
Okay, let's discuss this position. I think you know a lot.
This is bishop b5 check. Yeah, it looks like some kind of English, but then I realized it's bishop b5 check. This new line where white goes d3 and c4. Yeah.
Yeah. Also,
bishop b2. Yeah.
Bishop a4 is possible. Bishop can go to d3. How to explain those moves, Miner? I don't know.
Yeah, I guess again, this is a example of something similar to what we were discussing before. There are so many ways. Of course, obviously, white has such a huge margin. I mean, playing moves that will keep the evaluation probably within the same, 0.5 or 0.10. And then it's all a matter of, finding positions that you like or that you understand. And all these lines with bishop. I mean, this line was played just to go d4 or try to play c3 and d4 was the whole point.
d4 at some point, or to go to Marozzi, get rid of the bishop, and then
that was already kind of modern, but yeah, very understandable. But to go bishop e5 check and then put the bishop back on e2 and play d3, stuff like that. I remember back in the days, you would make a file for the opening and you would check in the database, like what are the main moves here, and you try to prepare the main moves, and then at some point you would see moves that they were played by people, 2,500 players, even 2,600, but they look so ugly. You just don't look at this move. I have my files from 20 years ago are full of this. So moves like bishop e2, I would put and say, no, not really.
Black already or
I won't look at this. But now it's one of the main lines. Yeah.
I'm trying to recall the exact year when Gary lost versus Fiedler in bishop e2 Sicilian. Which year?
Yeah, I think it was Tilburg 97 or 98. Somewhere.
I'm thinking that it might be even later.
It was c3, yeah.
c3, knight f6, and bishop e2. And then Gary lost and saying, we won't analyze this, but of course I think he analyzed this. But we won't analyze it. If we start analyzing bishop e2, chess is over as a game.
Well,
but now it's not over. It became like a main thing to analyze those stuff. So
very topical line. This one d3, and the point is to go c4. So white, of course, doesn't abandon the idea of getting a Marozzi. Playing d4 at some point is possible, and then getting the pawns on e4 and c4. But black now doesn't allow this.
But you're completely right. This reminds of Bishop Fianchetto, and then there is this knight e1 ic2 stuff.
It's kind of English, symmetrical English type of play. But it's also a line that goes well, I think, with Adam's style. It's like just little improvements here and there.
Yeah, and if you start touching something with black pawn structure, it can be tricky, so you need to know when.
Yeah, it's not so easy to solve the problems immediately for black in this line. I mean, you cannot really go for, usually, I mean, if white does things properly, you cannot, it's not like black can play d5 and b5, so it's a lot of maneuvering. And I think that's a good, just a good position for Migi in general. But of course, it's just a fine position for black too.
What do you think? Why they are sort of blitzing? This bishop f3 probably is not in the notes of Sam and this knight b8, knight c6, but maybe it is.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's. I've been checking these lines relatively recently. I mean, there are some games are played, but still the theory it's not that big, and I don't think you can have like precise. It's also the type of position where you cannot really analyze concrete things, so it's more like plans, and it's also confusing. You don't know if you were checking, with the knight on c2 or with the rook on b1 or what. So I think they're playing probably based on just they're playing themselves now without any like preparation.
Yeah, but usually bishop is here. That's normal for English. That white has fianchetto. Okay, after it's possible to push f4. So it can also happen at some stage that it's more or less similar, but no need for white to push g3 anymore.
Yeah.
But on this side, this is very
b1,
common.
Yeah, you could try b4. It's a typical English, the symmetrical English type of plan. Also, bishop d2 and b4 if you need. But black, of course, will play knight d7, I guess, at some point, and knight d4. Yeah?
And this setup is quite useful against all those.
Yeah,
pushes,
quite flexible.
Black
could go f5 at some point if he needs.
Okay.
Yeah, very solid. Probably some king h1 because b4 now you take everything and there's queen c5 check at the end.
Let's show it just so. This would be a blunder.
Would be bad for white.
Yeah, there is a double attack. So this is actually some kind of antidote to b4. So king h1.
Something like king h1 would make sense, kind of at least making b4 a real possibility.
I was always happy with the black position because I'm a Sicilian player and not an e4 player, but also it's normal for white. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's not like worse. Yeah, I guess it's around equal. But with all 32 pieces on the board, it's the chances for both sides. Yeah.
If we go fast forward, do you have any prediction what can happen? Possible scenario in next 10 moves that the games become more sharper.
Yeah, I guess the next few moves will decide a lot. No, if white wants to really go for b4, or also from black side, like you could try, I don't know, something like knight d4 at some point, f5, rook a8 or something like that. But I would say, I would think white will try to make somehow b4 work.
Is it the idea, since there is no g3, to transfer the queen? But
queen e1, queen h4.
But I don't know.
You have with the knight on c2. It kind of it's
pointless. Maybe
doesn't look very like consistent. Like it's 92, 91, knight c2, and bishop to f3 seems more directed to
b4
to kind of some solid play on the queen side perhaps. Or
okay, so they still haven't exchanged any pawn or piece, right?
No.
So a lot of maneuvers. Let's see this one. I think you can tell us much more. I was impressed. I was telling this story in some broadcast when Boris Gelfand played this match versus Kramnik 2012, if I'm not mistaken. You have this famous documentary movie, Album 61, about Boris, and it's really nice. And at that time, Boris was mainly playing Nodirbek, and then he added this Sveshnikov to that championship match. Magnus played it versus Caruana in the World Championship match, and that time Sveshnikov was fine, but it looked a little bit passive. But the way how Boris played it, he was well armed. Elyanov was there as his second, Tomaszewski plus Max Rothstein and maybe some others, Husman as always. But I was interested what will happen after bishop b5, because at that time Rossolimo was a bit unpleasant. You can go g6. Now Magnus is playing this structure. I think he has, probably you played also against him, maybe that kind of things. Against 27 plus, he's scoring fabulously with the black pieces, Magnus. But Boris went for this e6 line, which was played mainly by Rajabov, maybe some players. And from my point of view, I was playing this line with the black piece. It's very hard, because at some stage you have this structure, and if you push d5, you might have a problem with c4, c-pawn, if you need to sack a pawn at the right moment. How do you feel about this structure? Just to say that after the match, this is typical. You play World Championship match, Gelfand lost it in a tiebreak. I was chatting with Vichy about this match, but there were so many lines, so many analyses from that World Championship match, and that I think there was like, they were saying that you could live 3 years afterwards because of that preparation of World Championship match. And there was a tournament in London, and Boris played versus Adams with the black pieces, And I think he crashed him with some fabulous maneuver. I was very impressed with the way how he was handling this position. And in the Club Cup, there was now Arjun Gaisi versus Boris, and he played really, really well.
Yeah.
So for me, it's quite impressive when I see that someone is handling this position.
Yeah, it's a very interesting line. Again, very fighting because Black has this slight worse pawn structure. You lose some flexibility, of course, but then you have the two bishops and you have a lot of potential. Like in some positions, Black can easily take over, and that was the main point, I guess, of this. Yeah, like some positions you go d6, e5, which is one of the main strategic goals of Black, just to avoiding any kinds of d4, and then eventually you go f5, you open for the bishops, and then you get a great position. Of course, in real life, it's much more challenging. If White plays well, he can keep control of usually after d6, White goes e5 himself, just to keep the bishop.
For example, this kind of structure, it can be really tough because then this square
c4 square, the bishop on c8, it's
and
a
if you
bit
push
locked.
d5 at some stage, then also c5 stuff with I don't know, d3, b3, c. And
it's kind of Nimso-Indian with reverse colors. You get this, attack, you go b3, d3, sometimes even c4, fix the pawn on c5, and then start to attack it with knight c3, knight a4 in Nimso-Indian style. Yeah. So, but I think overall it's very playable for Black even nowadays. I was checking recently, and not so easy to prove an advantage. I think fully playable even at the top level.
You played it with White mainly, right?
I don't have much experience in actual games with the Rosalimo. I was playing d4 mostly after not really concerned about the Pelican. But I did study a lot bishop b5. I was helping Fabiano, for example, in the match against Carlsen in 2018, and I remember working day and night on this bishop b5. Once Magnus started playing knight c6, the Sicilian. Working in all these lines with e6 and g6. So even though I didn't play it, I do have a lot of experience.
Just to add that in that match, I think that Fabiano went for this knight d5, right?
Yes, it was
knight c3,
knight b5, d6, knight d5.
Yeah, this line,
which was kind of fresh at that time. After that, theory became huge, and every.
But Magnus handled it very well, right?
Yes, he played well. I was thinking he was playing mostly knight b8 in the match. Then after he switched to knight e7, that became also one of the main lines. But yeah, the idea was we went deep in this direction, which wasn't that there wasn't so much at that time, so much information, so many games, and he was well prepared, and he was able to pose some huge, even huge problems at some point in the match. I think was it the 6th game or the 7th game where he had this famously winning position with in this line. But yeah, I remember the first game was a Rosalimo with bishop b5, g6, and we were also trying to find resources there for White, but the lines are sound for Black overall.
How is to work as a second? Someone is saying that for 3 months or more, it's a nightmare because you don't have enough time, big expectations from your player, and you need to deliver. But when you turn on the engine, I was actually helping, for example, Ivan Sokolov during YKZ tournament, and it's hard to come up with something, from my point. But I did. I gave him some things against Greenfeld, against Giri, and some others. But I believe that it was not, an easy job, right?
No, it's not easy, and especially at that level, it's you have to, work a lot, obviously, and be super creative, because obviously everyone has the same tools, but you need to, if you want to make a difference, you have to, think for yourself, or at least try and come up with some ideas, some concepts. Of course, it's difficult, but I took it as not only as a opportunity to help Fabiano, but also for me as a player, it was also like a opportunity to work hard and to get some knowledge, and then eventually I was able to use many of the things that I was working on. But of course, for me, the main focus even at that time was playing myself. So it was more like even like a training experience for me. But it was great.
Were you involved in some other matches or some other big tournaments?
Not as a second, you mean?
Yeah.
No, not after that. I just decided that
Okay.
you know I want to play myself.
Yeah. Okay, got it. So let's just check this game. So E6, as I said, but here it's funny because before people will play 97, the point of E6 to take with the knight to C6, and now Black plays A6. He wants to force this structure, which of course
funny,
A6 is sort of useless, but maybe the point is that White
C3,
went
yeah,
for
maybe White wants to have the pawn on C2 actually rather than C. That's what Black is essentially saying with A6. No, it's like 97. I guess if White goes D4, which is the you know the logical thing to do if you have pawn on C3, then the structure is probably not so bad for Black after taking. And although I don't know how to. Yeah, these positions are always
knight G6 or
you don't really want to play D5, but then knight G6, bishop E7, bishop B7 like this to keep it flexible. Sometimes keep the pawn on D7 and then maybe even go F6 or F5. If White goes E5, then you break with F6. And eventually the bishop, you know, some bishop on B7 at the moment looks close, but it can always come to life powerfully with C5. That's more or less in the spirit of the line.
Knight G6. Anyway, bishop A3. I'm not familiar with this stuff. That bishop goes to E3.
I guess, yeah, he wants to make sure that the bishops are traded once he goes D4, yeah? Because if he goes to D4 immediately, or then take, you can also play bishop A3 next. But I guess this is another way to do it, yeah, just keeping it more flexible.
So bishop E7,
D4, yeah, and take on E7. He doesn't take, okay.
And now this is the position. Nicholas was studying in US, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Have you played against him?
We play many times, yeah. We were playing, well, online obviously a lot, but even in person because, yeah, he was studying in St. Louis for several years. And every now and then they would organize tournaments at the university for just training. For example, I remember last year, just prior to the World Rapid and Blitz in New York, they organized a lot of Blitz and Rapid tournaments at the university where he was studying. And I remember playing just a bunch of games with him and analyzing afterwards. And
I've noticed during European teams, I was mentioning this, he was playing board number 1 for Greece, and he was doing great at this championship, playing first board with top players, and yeah, big leader of the team. I've noticed that for me, that player is underrated. I sense that he can play 27.
He can play at a very high level, yes. I think he also has a nice style, like he's very aggressive, you know, King's Indian with Black. I remember he beat Levon in the Olympiad in Chennai, I believe it was, with the King's Indian, and I think he's capable of beating any strong player on a good day, and also because of his style, like he takes a lot of risks. And
I think that he can, go, I don't know, some Shackland's footsteps to ended up on 27 something. I don't know where and when, but it looks to me that he's steadily
has the potential. Yeah,
he's steadily improving. While Luke. Yeah, I'm a big fan of his play. Unfortunately, he was never like 100% into chess, but concepts, end games, I think he's underestimated in terms of end game knowledge. If he gets some unclear end game, he can really go deep and find some fabulous solutions. And he was very skillful playing King's Indian and so on. But these days, of course, it's not enough. Yeah, you need to, but very creative, yeah.
But this one looks a bit, I mean, looks nice for White to me. Like if I can trade the bishops and then, you know, this bishop on C8, it's just very, very passive and looks like easy play for White. Yeah, maybe something like that.
But it can be, I was telling this empty bishop, that you activate your bishop, but
go rook E1 and then
around. Yeah.
And the pawn structure, it's still a bit better for White. Like, you know, easy moves, you know, rooks to the file, so knight out.
You mentioned St. Louis. You're living there, right?
Yes, I'm living there.
Okay, so we have other top players, I believe. Levon is there.
Yes, Fabiano.
And Hikaru?
I don't think Hikaru is living in St. Louis, but there are many GMs living there. Like, for example, Liam Lequan is the head coach of one of the universities in St. Louis, the Webster University, and then all the players that come to study at the university also living there. I think Benjamin Bok was also living there. Darius Svierks working at the university. Barakovian, all those guys. Yeah, I think it's.
Do you feel that you are living in sort of chess cities, chess community?
Yeah, for sure. Yes, and it's always nice when you need some practice. You know, you can just call some guys and
speed dialing, and someone is
play
coming.
Some games. Yeah.
Yeah, I need a chess grandmaster to my room.
Yeah.
You call the reception and someone is coming. Okay, so castles. This is the position.
Yes.
Okay, black can end up in chess in worse openings, worse positions after the opening, so it's not the end of the world. So it's
not too bad. Yeah, I guess they're playing this little game where you don't really want to be the first to trade. Yeah, like if black trades on a3, then you kind of get the knight out with tempo, knight a3 to c4, and
well, this connects rooks and controls something.
If you take on e7, I guess queen e7. Not sure if it's a huge achievement for black, but certainly not bad to have the queen there.
Okay, let's switch to last two games. If I'm not mistaken, we have Pavel Elyanov, who is playing much more interesting game.
Yeah, some action.
Is English opening. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of options here, right?
Yeah.
B3 was played before. A little bit more slowly played. I was telling this to viewers that might be always some kind of tip which will stand and be helpful, that exchanging opponents fianchetto bishop usually 8 of 10 times it's not a bad option, especially when queens are on the board. So if you don't know what to do in English opening, you exchange opponents fianchetto bishop and then just
usually very decent.
Yeah. So sometimes people are avoiding, but here Pavel had something different in mind. Okay, this is
very interesting because white is obviously being very ambitious here. This English is the same structure as the Sicilian, right, with the reverse colors. So the rook already on c1. You're trying to make the most of your chances. You don't even play d3, so you keep the option of playing d4. Now, there was the option of taking, I guess, on h3 and taking on e5, but then there's queen f5 at the end, right? Which wins a piece.
Double attack.
Yeah, queen f5.
There is no time for any tactics. Rook c7 because 2 pieces.
Yes. So the typical exchange sack, I guess, was an option, like rook c6 and knight e5, or maybe bishop e5. Yeah, maybe knight e5. I guess it's possible. Yeah, maybe not great for white, but it's a typical thing you do in the Sicilian. One pawn, and the other pawns are weak, and the knight is far on b6. I mean, if you could consolidate, I guess, with d3, queen c2, like a couple of more moves, then I think white would be like firmly in the driver's seat here. But maybe black has time to just make some moves, right? But
also at some point, sometimes h5, h4, this queen is quite good, but maybe it's late for that.
But d4, it's also a typical Sicilian idea, just break on the center. And I guess he takes on g2 first.
Just to add that I think Spassky has said that if you have knights on b6, g6, it's bad. Okay, it doesn't mean that it's always bad, but the point is that black will need to reroute the knight because this pawn is
restricting the knight
quite well. So you mentioned d4. If takes on d4, okay, more or less it's similar to take on g2. Probably it's a good idea.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's better to.
And he went for queen
g4. Yeah, I guess if he took on d4, then it's slightly worse. But it looks very. It's very normal. Like
and then some c6.
Take everything and then play c6.
Queen probably, right?
Yeah. And then c6.
It's
Slightly, yeah.
Normal
Bishop C5
at some
point.
stage A5, A4 when he entangles the knight, and
yeah, maybe some bishop C5, rook E8, yeah.
E8 or something. Okay.
Yeah, maybe you wanna just bring the rook first, or play for A5. I don't know. It doesn't look like much for white, but maybe a bit more pleasant.
Yeah, I believe that you played versus both players. I played versus Elianov a few times.
Yes, Elianov is actually from our generation, 83.
Yeah.
I think there are two guys here, no? Because Luke McShane is also from 83.
No, I think he should be younger,
82?
no?
Oh, maybe 80. No. I think he's
80,
82 or 83, I think.
Maybe, yeah.
Almost sure he's from 83.
Oh. Because I was mentioning many names, Bakrov, Ponomarev, Yakovenko. They're all. Maybe we could find even more.
Also.
Yes. And then we have 82 against. We played. It's Aronian is 82. I think.
Yeah, Vallejo is 82.
So it was not simple,
My friend Brusson is 82. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. But Brusson played in older group, if I'm not mistaken.
He also played 90. We played 98, 99, and 2000.
I remember it was this city next to Valencia, and then you came with those like jerseys or something. It was Cuba. You looked like really professional at that time. It was under 16, right?
Yeah, I played. My best year was 2000. I was second in the 18 and under, but 18 and 19 were not great results for me. But yeah.
So Queen G4 just played, and then Knight C5. Now it's card. We are not using engine. They are sitting there. They can go much deeper. We are just drawing some concepts. So now it's very concrete, and
yeah,
it's
Queen D4. Queen D4, obviously with the intention of going
E4 now,
E4
or F5, E4. So he played E4, Knight D2.
Yeah,
my feeling is that black should be fine, but it's also quite concrete because.
Yeah. I guess taking on C5 is an option.
E3 is too early to play.
E3, but I don't see a follow-up after taking, yeah? Maybe Knight D5, but Knight D5, Rook F3, or...
Too early for that, although engine thinks that it's possible.
Something like this.
Yeah, hard to say, yeah.
Doesn't look completely correct for black, at least...
So he took on C5 first?
Yeah, taking on C5, like you gain some time now. E4 at least is not attack.
Rook C5.
Yeah, I guess you could play Rook D8 or something like that. Yeah, at least E4 is not under attack.
So
DC5 opening the bishop, but then I guess...
Okay, there is no pressure over the C file, right? Which is a good sign for now this knight is not bad at all.
Yes. Like if black gets time to play, Rook D8 and so on. Could be very good.
Okay, black got the game.
C4,
black got the game, yeah. So
like if Knight D5.
Knight D5 or Knight D5. You mentioned Rook C4.
But Rook C4, no, I don't think so. No, there is Knight F4 and everything. No, although Knight F4.
Yeah, engine doesn't care for engine. This is just a normal, ordinary move. Just
King H1. Yeah, it's not even good. Yeah. No, but maybe because F5, maybe Knight E4 even. Yeah.
But let's F5 Knight, then check.
Then checking H1.
Really?
No idea.
It actually
take on F4, and then Rook D1 and so on. There's Queen D5 also.
Okay. Yeah, it's
a little bit of a crazy line, but
it's getting. No, this is the analysis. Let's just check the current position. So Nikita is thinking.
If not Rook C4, it's not so clear what's the follow-up for white, because it looks like black will play Rook D8. I mean,
but I just want to praise Pavel also for Nikita for yesterday and two days ago. They're playing sharp lines, because now in terms of standings, they're sitting on 50% or -1. So yeah, they're sitting on 50%, and then you're playing some like players same rating.
Yeah, it's tempting to play very solid. And
so yeah, big kudos for that, because they are playing quite an interesting game. And we have the last game, which is Gavain John versus Mishra. Can you tell us a little bit more about Mishra? Have you played against him?
Yeah, I played a couple of times against him. The last 2 US championships, I believe, that I played. And yeah, obviously very talented. It's such a young age. I think that's the record, right, for the youngest ever grandmaster. So yeah, very strong. The question is if he can, just go further, and I think he absolutely can. I mean, at least has the potential to go to 27 and pass 2700. But
you know what I've noticed, Liner, that you have some like young players from India or I don't know, it can be even US, quite sharp, very great in tactics, crashing the field and getting to that GM title and maybe even, I don't know, 2600. And then suddenly, when you listen to their thoughts and their concept, they became like more positional. Is it the moment when they get some like bigger like trainings, camps, and suddenly they're influenced by the positional and players who are actually, or they were like lacking that part, and then they want to feel it hardly. And what I've noticed, yeah, that when you hear Mishra coming here, quite positional way of explaining things, which you wouldn't expect from those kind of players. I've noticed this with some of them, that there is a strong like positional influence at some stage. Probably they couldn't afford, or they didn't have that kind of coaches. Everything was based on tactics, and maybe openings.
Yes, could be. Yeah, I think. I mean, when you get to 26, 50 level and plus, I think you need some sort of solid, at least, understanding of positional factors, or what we call positional play. But it's true that some players have like they are heavily more towards tactical play and concrete calculation and good openings than anything else. And maybe that's just part of the logical process of improving and becoming much stronger. Like
Giri, Praggnanandhaa, at some stage, I don't know, around 2600, wake how they were like explaining things, but it was positional sort of, and then later maybe again some tactical sharp. And that's why I was doing this intro, because I'm not surprised that he went for is it the French defense or is
I think the French is his one of his, let's say, weapons when he wants to kind of fight. I remember that was the case when we were playing the US Championship, because I think it's an opening that he was playing when he was maybe lower rated, and he still has it in his repertoire. Don't know for sure what's when he uses it and when not. Maybe it's very specific for today's prep, but I know it was an option when you face him. You have to be ready for French. Yeah.
Okay, E5, not so common choice.
E5, yeah, one of the most aggressive, I guess, but. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he prepared this. Yeah, maybe Gawain plays this E5 often, and
this is like old school line.
93.
Takes, knight F5, and there is some knight B4 stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Will this happen? No, not really.
Maybe now.
Yeah. Takes.
And Queen D2, very solid. Yeah. Bit better for white then. A4. Kind of anti-bishop B5, I would think, no? Also, like, nowadays it's automatic. We move the H-pawn almost the first chance, yeah?
Approved by the engine, so...
Yeah, getting some space, giving some rook A3 ideas just in case. But I think, yeah, maybe stopping bishop B5 was the main... I guess he wants to keep the bishop, put it on D3 and...
Castles, bishop d3, small tactical trick to explain, discover the attack, so discover check, so he cannot take.
Yeah, not sure if he wants to allow bishop takes f5 or not, or if that's not an issue. Like some move like rook c8, do you really want to allow bishop f5?
Yeah, maybe the only thing is this.
Yes,
is important factor on
favors black now, maybe, no? Because a4 is weak, rook c4 is there. and there's no clear way for black. For white to.
So
do
let's say
much.
rook c8. If you don't take on f5, what do you do?
Yeah. Good question. I guess g4 is too much. G4, you force the knight back, but kind of weaken yourself a
Yeah,
bit.
usually then better than
F6
me
might
f6
come.
or knight g6 something later. Yeah. But it's possible. Gawain sometimes h6 played.
H6. So
Okay.
doesn't really want to take on d4. He just wants to control g5, and h6 is pretty useful. Yeah, you get away from all the bishop takes h7, all knight g5s, all that.
Yeah, and in this also it's useful in this.
Here it's also useful. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe here now g4, g5 is too much.
Okay, why not? The only problem is if you take on s6 and g6, you still need to work, to do something. Yeah.
I'm trying to include rook a3 somewhere, but it's a one shot.
Very nice. It's possible. Maybe he will go that way, but
in Gawain, it's very aggressive player.
Maybe we can just check other games to give some conclusion. Then we can go for a short break. All the people just came, but what to do, guys? You need to wait for us a bit. So let's just briefly check. Pavel, this is the position. Alireza. Okay, what has happened here? We left around this point, so e5 was played.
And then the knight got to e6. Yeah.
Okay, this engine evaluation, let's forget it.
Queen a4, very logical. Queen a4 just like this, yeah.
Normal for both sides, huh?
Yeah, I guess it's very tactical. Like there are knight c4 ideas, but then I don't know. Rook b. Do you really have to play rook b5?
Yeah, is it possible? Probably not
knight f4.
To go all in. Probably not.
Not now, but
not now. At some point, huh?
But attacking e5 and b6 and rook b5 looks a bit suspicious.
So why this doesn't work?
No, because it's with check.
Sorry. I forgot about check. Yeah, sorry.
With the king on h8, it would be an option, maybe.
Yeah, I forgot about the check. So rook b5 or what?
Either rook b5 or you give the rook, but I don't think you give the rook, no?
Probably
rook b5.
Yeah.
And then it's not so easy to break the rook looks a bit, misplaced on b5, just to say a4, but a4, rook b4.
But you don't want to spend like some moves to take this bishop.
And e4 is under attack as well now, so.
Okay, so we will check this game later. Then we have Luke versus Theodoros. So in that waiting game, finally, and develop. And in Miki
a bit better for white, but very even.
Very solid, huh? And we have here f5.
Yeah, interesting change in the structure, no? Taking on c3 and then taking with the pawn, which looks, in principle, good for white because you control d4. Now your knight is free to go. Your knights are, you can go knight e3, whatever. Not worry about knight d4 anymore. And of course, you have this pressure on the b file, which looks a bit annoying for black. Yeah. But
a lot of potential as well for black to start pushing something, maybe.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he went f5, right? It was his idea, and then he wants maybe knight f6 back and start maybe knight f6, knight a5. This type of try to put pressure on e4 and eventually on c4. But you have to watch out for the b6 pawn. Yeah, it's a very interesting, very unusual structure. Still. Only one trade, only the dark square bishops, all the rest of the pieces on the board. So there's a lot of flexibility, I guess. I in principle would prefer white, but yeah, it's not bad at all for black by any means.
Okay, we will go for a break. We can leave you with Eliano versus with Hugo because this seems like the most challenging. So. Start calculating yourself, and we will come back very soon. So let's go for a break. And we are back. Some coffee break has happened. Liner, you went to the playing hall or not?
No, I didn't go.
Okay, but it's interesting sometimes when I go to the playing hall, then I get this feeling how hard is it, because sometimes when you're just watching from the screens, you don't see it, you don't feel these tensions. Where in the playing hall you see that players are really fighting hard. I believe that we will see maybe one for sure, maybe even more decisive games today. I have a feeling, because this one, we have it on the board, looks quite complicated. Of course, drawing margin is always high in chess, but it seems quite promising in terms of...
I think in general the games, I mean, we have games, it's like no game went to like completely such a drawish territory that it'll finish soon. I mean, maybe they'll finish soon, but at least so far they look like...
So we left around here, knight d5, and then white started to grab some space on the queen side, but this e3...
Yeah, e3,
seems
computer didn't like... I don't know if it's because it just makes your position worse, or just because he had something like...
But I don't see it. It looks like a sort... But it gives
looks like a normal move. I mean, you give this d3 square, but it doesn't look it doesn't look that important because you're attacking e4 and so on.
Queen g6, I would say a normal move, unless there is something a3 to control this before you were mentioning. And now, what can be the issue? Okay, with engines immediately see some way to attack.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't look simple now. If thinking in terms of creating something on the king side, because the bishop on b2 controls the diagonal. I mean, the e5 square. I guess that's as soon as white puts a knight there, you have the option of just removing the knight and put queen on e2, rook fd1, this type of play. b4, which was even played, but at the same time, black's position feels quite good as well. I mean, there's no like obvious worries.
Yeah, we cannot say that black did anything wrong, because after b4 a6 can be played, so this knight
and the knight is very stable.
Rook, some f5. It's typical like English.
Go f5, f4 maybe. But
now one question. So in this moment, he went for rook 8 to e8. Rook d8 is also tempting.
Yes.
So they say that the stronger player you are more skillful in terms of vision where to place your rooks. So rook d8 is a normal square, but he went for rook to e8. So f5, f4 is probably
what he has in mind, or some kind of rook transfer via e6 and then like queen f5, rook h6 type of play. But I guess, I mean, d8 is such a natural square for the rooks, and if you want to put the rook on d8, is obviously the a rook, and then you can keep the other for like rook e8, rook e6 if you want. So I guess rook a8 just signals that he wants to use the f5, f4 resource. But
is this remind you maybe of some of your games with the black pieces? It's quite common, huh?
Yes.
That you played against someone that you have some pleasant memories, because this now looks, if you play some like very good game, and if you win, that is, I would say, like a model, sort of typical way.
And nothing comes immediately to mind, but
this
I do
h5,
like
h4
position a bit, h5, h4, queen f5, or even this f5, f4. So he went b4, right?
Yes.
So b4, I guess a6 is natural, just to keep the knight on c6, no? Or
but he went knight e5.
Knight e5, so he doesn't want to.
So he wants to transfer maybe, or
I guess you need to take, otherwise the knight comes to d3. And rook e5, then you get your rook transfer, h5, and so on.
Nikita is quite good in those structures in this kind of positions, but I've noticed that sometimes he would make like 10 fabulous move, gets plus with this inspired play, and then burns some energy in process. Clock is ticking and misplayed it in the end. So this is sometimes signal of shape. If you're in a good shape, you can keep it till the end. If it's not, if you're not to outplay Lyanov in next 5, 6, 7 moves, you need to really come up with something very classy. And it burns a lot of energy, and it's not so simple. For example, 2 days ago, he played versus Alireza, and there was this Sicilian Nodirbek where black got some really good position. It's 0.60 plus and so on. And I said that you need to be a really good player to hold this against Alireza, because there was a better bishop, opposite castles, passers on the king side, and he was actually up to a task, which means that you are in a good shape if you can hold worse position, slightly worse position versus Firouzja right after the opening, sort of. So it seems to me that Nikita it's in a good shape. So I'm curious, will Pavel also, who is also doing quite well, but previous rounds, I would say that he got his positions, winning versus Gavin Jones, playing a normal game against Mishra, and it reminded me also of Pavel's game versus Mamedyarov at the Club Cup, that he really avoid any counterplay. But this position, I'm not sure that this is. It's quite.
Black has some play on the king side, but at the same time, it's this type of structure where you have the e4 versus e3 pawns. E4 of course gives black space and some possibilities on the king side, but at the same time, white gets some squares too, right? Like the pawn in itself can be weak sometimes, and also you have this d4 square. I guess if white goes something like taking on e5 and plays some queen e2, rook d1, knight c4 or knight b3 type of play, that would be like the real question. Like, can black?
Yeah, and also if white managed to start.
Yeah. Also another question, like, do you want to play, because after bishop e5, rook e5, there is this move c6 maybe, just to. I mean, I don't know if black really wants to play c6 and just to cement this knight on d5. It gives the d6 square, but it might black might just ignore that, go with the rook to h5, you go knight c4. But white can go c6 first, just to stop. And I guess if you take, you can always recover the pawn. And if you don't take, then the knight is less stable on d5. That's small question, but I guess the bigger one is just overall, if it's so easy for black here against something like queen e2, this type of construction to really do something on the king side.
Yeah, let's put it this way. So if black is there to play for a win, to come up with something, he really needs to come up with something super good.
Yeah, I think it would mean it's something special, because it's like normal moves. So I don't think will get you very far here in terms of creating a real attack.
That means that black needs to decide either he will go for an attack or he will stabilize when then it's a drawing margin is quite high.
Yes.
And probably white will in any case start playing not only moves but sort of logical moves. So white won't invest so much of energy, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. Black can always kind of, think again and play, well, maybe I'll go to the d file with the rooks, play knight e7, knight f5 or c6 back, and then rook d8, rook d5.
Exchange some.
This type of play, which I guess is reasonable, but...
Let's go full screen. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more. You can sense maybe by the body language so that we can confirm our thoughts. Yeah, I think that Nikita is really now trying to get deep and find something. It seems that he's aware that this is sort of critical position.
And the times, how are the times?
54 minutes for Pavel, 46.
So Pavel has a bit more time.
Yeah, I believe that now Nikita will really need to come up with something, or he's sort of pretending that he's getting ready to launch the attack. Pavel seems to be worried a bit, but okay, also hard to say. Yeah,
I think Pavel is a very, it's of course he's capable of playing well all positions, and it's very brilliant attacking player, but I think his main strength is to sense this, like simple positions, like the game you just mentioned against Mamedyarov was a it's a very nice game, just complete positional domination. Yeah, I think that's his main strength, and it might feel to a point natural to him this position where he has to just be aware of black's resources, control them, and then try to exploit his own pluses. He goes knight c4.
Knight c4, yep.
Immediately asking the rook questions.
Now not so expecting.
Yeah, kind of forcing the rook to the king side.
Yeah, I would be more curious to see if he just stick to his guns and wait a bit to see will black go for it.
Yeah, if I was gonna say a 5f4 was an option, but I guess you would have to play some kind of king h1 in that case, and then to avoid f4. But he goes for knight c4 immediately, kind of probably has something super concrete in mind now, because after a move like rook h5, then already black, I guess, starts to have some really like concrete threats even, like queen f5 now. I mean, you can still play h4, but it starts to be a bit more shaky, I guess, for... So what's his plan? I don't think he wants to go to a5. I mean, that would be to put the knight like really far away from the action.
Yeah. Actually, that was the case in Shackland versus Abdusattorov.
Yeah, the rook on a4.
Yeah, but because of some...
It was forced, but, I mean, kind of.
Yeah, but it's obvious that you cannot, in this position, you cannot leave your king undefended.
Yeah, and knight c4, I don't know. It's like... It's a good square, but at the same time, what's the follow-up,
Maybe it was sort of psychological. He's a bit down, in last two ranks, and you won't start showing to your opponent that you are alive, that you can go a bit to the center. But as I said, I would love to see would have rook h5 happened if there is no knight c4 move. But okay, what to do? This is now the current position, and after knight c4, I believe that Nikita will switch to the king side. He's not a player who will blink in this kind of position. I think he's ready to go.
And he understands that this is probably what the position just requires. I think Nikita is just such a classical player. He will always kind of try to play the principal way. If he thinks that the position calls for queen trade and being technical, he'll do it. But if he thinks that he has to go all in, I mean, to go aggressive, he will also do it.
Yeah, I think now maybe we should switch to another games, because they will think a bit, and in the next 3-4 moves, after 3-4 moves, we will have much more info about the position. Maybe it will be complete mess in like 3 more moves. Where to go? Let's check what's going on one by one. So we left around here, and knight a5 was played. So he wanted to
knight f6,
to put pressure on those 2 pawns.
Makes sense, Knight on a5 is quite good if you can attack something, but otherwise can be, completely...
In Dvoretsky's books, there was always that you should take with the opposite.
With the opposite,
but actually... Exactly. When you check with the engine always takes with the E.
The pawn. With the G pawn is something like completely...
but that was thought also.
It would need to be something extraordinary.
So takes, and this is the current position. Now structure this knight on G3, it's...
has no future, and the pawn structure is always a bit better for black, although I don't think it's making a huge difference. Black has this problem on b6. Knight on a5 is also a bit out of play. Like with pawns on c4 and d3, you don't really attack c4 or anything like that. But the problem is that on the king side, black is doing well. Like this, as you mentioned, the knight on g3 has no prospects at all. I guess it's probably around balance, around equal, objectively.
But let's put it this way: who should be more careful? Maybe white.
Yes, that's a good question.
Maybe black can a little bit more easier life. He can even double on the e-file.
I would say I would take white. I think because
Anyway, yeah.
it's I don't know, the knight on a5, and also you have this pressure on b6. I don't know. You can kind of try to regroup this knight from g3. I don't know where. That's another good question. Yeah, like if somehow you could.
So what's the first move? Is it
probably queen d2?
Queen f3 as well? Is it this an option or not? Not needed.
Yeah, queen f3. Probably black will have to go to b8 at some point with the rook. Yeah. Maybe queen f3. It's a move. Yeah. And if you have the chance, then you play rook b2, rook b1.
But I was mentioning this, for example, in Croatia, we have a Grandmaster Kozul. I was working with him. He was European champion. And those guys who are like their prime is way behind them. But if they can start dealing with the details in the position, if you narrow the possibilities, I'm talking this also for Mickey, but on a higher level. If he can dig into details, if position is under some control, they can really play on 27 plus level. And here maybe Mickey can already start.
Yeah, it's
start dealing
position,
with details.
There are not so many things to. I mean, there's always some complexity in chess, but this is, I think, it's this type of position probably, because it's about maneuvering. It's aware of the knight on g3 problem, so it'll try to come up with some solution, and at the same time to create some little problems for black. Now maybe objectively it's just very near equal, but
the normal game from both sides.
There is life, in the position for sure.
And we cannot say that they were like not creative. They tried, but opponent is playing well, and as you mentioned, drawing margin is quite high. Let's check McShane, because you mentioned this, that the pawn should stick to d7, and then some other options, f6, f5 are coming, and very interesting. As you mentioned, light square bishop.
This is super interesting because of the so many possibilities in terms of changing the pawn structure. Yeah, with white, for example, you don't know should you take on f5 or wait for him to take on e4 or play e5. All those are different in terms of the possibilities that arise after, and you have to compare all those options and try to think and the complexity, it's because they all look not so different from it. There doesn't seem to be like a big difference, so you have to kind of choose well. I think for black, of course, the dream is to get the bishop back to life someday. In the case white goes c5, obviously you'll play bishop b7 and c5. That's the hope. On the other hand, if you open the f-file, it also looks like something for white. I mean, some for black, some accomplishment.
Not a normal position, like Dostoevsky said. How he said, all like normal families are similar in the normality, but the ones who are not, everyone is different. So like this position, you can compare a bit, but not like exactly to some. It's a new position. It's
quite rich in terms of possibilities, because
it's possible to win even with the black pieces. In some scenario, it can happen. Not in easy way, but it can happen. So I think that Nicolas is also a bit. He's worried, but he knows if he stands the pressure, there might come a chance even.
Yeah, and this is the type of play that he likes. I think when he keeps always some chances to take over, he doesn't like to stay passive. I mean, nobody does, but especially him. I think his style is very much built on the idea of taking the initiative as soon as possible. And I'm sure he's contemplating all this. He just played bishop b7. Just whenever he has the chance, he will try to activate the bishop. At the same time, Luke is also the guy who understands well the positional chess. He's analyzing all these differences between the possible pawn moves. And his position, I think objectively, white should be able to control at least to some extent, the bishop and the breaks on c5 and so on.
So we are getting some kind of middle game, but in a quite late in terms of time consumption. They are still making some normal, early middle game moves, but still they're spending a lot of time because structure is not classical.
Yeah, now comes the moment to calculate, I guess. Is c5. I mean, it feels like black should still make a move with the rook, yeah? Like bring it to, I don't know where, to c8 or to d8, or also difficult to say because they're not like, I mean, on d8, there's a pawn on d7.
Yeah, and
c5, I don't know, that feels a bit too soon. I mean, white could take on c5, and you don't really want to have the queen, opposite to the rook. I don't know. d7 is hanging as well.
Yeah. Yeah, here I think also the issue maybe for white is that he's still waiting to see where to place his knights, because there are no clear outposts yet. Stable, but he's waiting a bit to see what will black do.
Yeah.
Because any knight jump at the moment is not going somewhere. Knight f4. Okay. It looks very tempting, right? This combination.
Yes.
With the rook.
And I guess, yeah, it's also hard for white to get rid of that knight so easily, no? I mean, you don't really want to play g3, and other moves will not bother the knight so much. And yeah, if you can stick the knight on f4, and then eventually c5 comes, could be much more powerful.
I expect some rook e3 that just he holds a bit and waits.
Trying to control.
Yeah. The thing is, engine will give you it's a small plus. Everything is crystal clear, but I believe there are a lot of hidden details already.
Yeah.
So they're thinking a lot. That's why they're spending so much time. Which move is that? Let's try to see. Will we get only 14 moves? So we might get. Luke sometimes gets into time trouble. Nicholas as well. So,
yeah, this is exactly the type of position where you take a lot of time, because nothing is clear. It's like different options and they all look kind of similar. You don't really know exactly what you're aiming for with this unusual pawn structure.
And maybe just it can be instructive for viewers. On this level, sometimes you don't want to define structure. So you don't want to be the first one who will make some concession, but then it's not easy to find to adjust, to adjust to potential pawn structure definition. And okay, you made all those moves, and now it's sort of like overdeveloping. Yeah, you might start hurting your piece if you are moving it. Very interesting position. I'm happy with black in this position, but I've seen so many times, and I lost in some games, even mainly online, but even over the board when it looks better than it is. It looks now quite. If you checking some blitz game and of someone, it looks really tempting. But when you start digging, you see that it's also not easy to come up with something next with the black pieces.
I guess after queen d2, the idea is to take on e4, no? I'm thinking maybe queen d2 just to, if it forces black to take on e4, the knight comes to e4, then potentially could go to c5, put the bishop under pressure. So, but yeah, it's a move. At the same time, the queen on d1 is kind of more solid. And
I was thinking there are no
some knight h3 tricks,
I was
like taking on e4, knight e4, knight h3 check. But I think I can move,
somewhere, huh?
As long as king maybe I don't know, maybe h1. Let's try. And
it looks that not much which will happen. I don't know, some rook f3, queen h4, but probably this is way too much.
Yeah, impossible, but it feels like white can control this. Queen e3 or something. With the bishop on b7, it's really
now trying to open everything and bring, but the engine of course says it's
Yeah.
But here there might be some. You see that it's saying that it's giving
equal,
composition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like rook f8, maybe
yeah.
simple play. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe just positionally, good positional
So
compensation.
you see the reverse that white needs to bother with all those things. You want to go queen d2, but then you need to evaluate that kind of position, and you cannot do it even for them, top players. They cannot do it so fast. So that's why he's thinking and hesitating a bit.
Yeah, certainly
where to go. And I think also it's important for black that you maybe you won't sacrifice, but you give this option to your opponent that he starts thinking about it, and then you get some 15 minutes on the clock. So that's also some kind of practical way of playing, that you pretend, or at least offer your opponent a chance that he needs to take this into consideration. Very interesting game, yeah.
I guess rook e3 also makes sense, like you said, yeah, like just reinforcing the third. I mean, it just keeps everything together. And then ask the question, like, how does black improve? No? Because it's also not so obvious what's the way to.
Yeah, because whatever you do, black and white can stop. If you start doubling the pawns, then I will lock the f file. So it's not easy to adjust to new circumstances. One question, Liner, what do you think? You know top players better. You are one of them. Is this position where we could see like different approaches of top player? I don't believe so. It's sort of one-sided, that if you're there, you need to probably, even if we put now instead of Teodoro, let's say you, or we put, I don't know, Fabi, it might be more or less similar play with the black pieces.
I think so, yes. Here it's pretty decided, I think, in terms of general play, general plans, what black needs to do. And then it's a question of just how to implement, like, of course, top players tend to be like super concrete. I mean, I'm discussing things very generally, but when you're in a game, you're not telling yourself so much. This knight is misplaced, or you kind of know that for sure, and you're all into moves like, queen d2. Does it work or not? Fe4, knight e4, knight h3 is a problem. Maybe not. King h1. Maybe this works. What about rook e3? Yeah, it's just moves. But I think in terms of general play, we would all be very similar, trying to do the same things.
Got it. Okay, let's switch to another game. Let's see our main game, how Alireza, we haven't touched this for a while.
Yeah, this is an interesting game.
So e5 was played, rook b6, transferring the knight. Hang on. That cannot be the move, or is it still?
Yeah, they're still there?
He's 17 minutes on the clock? Really?
Really?
Is the game stuck? No, let's go full screen, but I believe it's a normal. Everything is going well, that he's just thinking a lot.
No, knight is on c4, rook is on b5. I think he played just that move, right? Knight c4, rook b5. Judging by the camera.
So let's just recheck. Yeah, so we are losing some moves.
Does he really have 17 minutes? Or?
I'm not sure about. It would be great to get this info. It doesn't seem normal to me. I don't believe that he dropped so much on the clock.
Yeah, it would be strange, no, to think so long in this position.
But there is one possible scenario, Liner, that there is a possible threefold repetition. And then they are somehow repeating, and then he's deciding to repeat it. No, that can be an option. Maybe.
Well, knight is on c4 and rook is on
b5, coming back, that this is kind of option. Will he make it a draw or not? That can be an option, but... So let's try to reconstruct. So knight is on c4. Let's bring the board back.
Yeah, I think it's in that
knight
position.
C4,
knight
rook
c4,
b5.
Which
is there anything else
before the break? Yeah,
that's it, right?
I think so. Yeah, just looking at the camera.
So why should I go back after knight e2?
Yeah, it's not the most logical of.
Okay, I'm No, so I don't believe.
No, I mean black doesn't really have to play rook b6.
So is there any scenario where we can
repeat moves?
So queen d3 or something.
I don't think so. Huh?
Yeah, no need for rook b6. So I don't see any scenario where a rook comes. So this is the current position, and knight c4, rook b5. I don't see a scenario for triple repetition.
Yeah, I guess it's hard for white to find a concrete way to create problems here for the rook on b5, and the thing about the bishop on b2, I mean, this d4 e5 construction it's solid, but also restricts the bishop on b2 a lot. Yeah, like it becomes basically a very bad piece if the structure holds.
I know that sometimes there were some plans with knight d1, knight d3, but
Yeah.
this cannot happen. Usually when
Seems too
queen
slow
could,
here, yeah.
could come
And
to
also
e2,
e4,
then yeah.
Yeah, I thought about it. It's to make a4 possible, but it's a bit slow. Yeah. Not so easy to.
Is there any tactics with bishop d4, e5 stuff? Now I'm thinking
Bishop d4, ed,
e5
e5.
doesn't look best, but is it possible? It's not working probably. I'm trying to exploit all those things, but rook will come to the play later. Maybe just moving the king is even possible.
Yeah. Or maybe bishop. Yeah, I don't know. Bishop
e7 takes on f6.
Keeps time. Yeah, take.
Yeah. This actually.
Probably something quicker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe put the knights. Can I put the knight on c3 or something? Knight e4. Take on d6.
I want to play
Yeah.
c3.
Not so much. Yeah.
So I said king h8. But also, computer is not happy about it. So what is the move here?
There is something strong for black, right? According to the
Yes.
to the engine.
I'm really curious. Some sacrifices, but knight g4, e takes. I don't see it. So this is actually not working. Very curious. Very curious. Knight d5 maybe, and just take cd and then start jumping.
Yeah, no, it would be logical to try to jump to f4 at some point, but I don't see. I mean, with the king on g8, you cannot really play knight f4 at once.
Knight c5.
Knight c5, but it doesn't really,
Yes. Queen
solve
a2.
the problem.
Yeah, I
with the
didn't do much.
Queen a2, yeah.
So knight d5 I mentioned, then e d6 again. Very interesting line. Engine is very
Screaming that
yeah.
we should find some special way.
Okay, taking on e5 is possible.
Yeah, I thought,
And
but
then moving the queen, right?
Take and queen d5 or something. Knight
Yeah.
d5, I guess. Yeah.
I was thinking queen a, but then I'm coming.
This is not it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
rook c7 is coming. Everything is.
Is it bishop b4? Ah, maybe that's the thing. Bishop b4. Because if ef6, bishop d2.
Very good. Yeah. Oh, this is
It's
nice.
something special, yeah.
This is really nice. Bishop b4. Okay, but through the process of elimination, it's possible to suddenly start.
Bishop b4, what a way, yeah.
Very nice.
Because the problem is that if you take on b4, then just the pawn on e5 just takes away the square for your knight. So all of a sudden, my knights are great on d5 and e6. b4 is weak. It's just terrible.
This is very nice move. Yeah. But as I said, you see that you will lose a piece, so then suddenly it crosses your mind.
But it's easy to think in the game that, bishop d4, e5 is a problem. You're right, yeah. Because in the game, nobody's telling...
Yes, the bishop b4 is there.
Nobody's telling Alireza that...
Yeah. So maybe that was his concept, and then he spotted this bishop b4. Yeah, maybe around here he wanted to go for it. I will go queen b3, knight c4, take on after rook b5, take on d4 and push e5, and suddenly you spotted this. Current state of affairs is this position, right? I think now we got the moves. And let's go full screen because I think it's correct now. Let's go full screen. And I think now we have a correct position. So he's thinking, and the clock situation, maybe it's correct. 10 minutes, yes. Let's go full screen, just. So what do? You just drop to 5 minutes?
He hasn't moved, yeah.
Okay, if he now finds some plan, it's possible to play next 5 moves, sort of in a blitz mode, but still it's risky.
Yeah, very risky. Yeah, position is not clear at all. It's like, playing fast is not going to be that easy. Like, even like thinking 5-6 moves ahead.
Yeah, and this position, it seems, if you don't, let's get back the board. If you don't play bishop d4 stuff, let's go back with the board. So it's better to have a bishop on d2 than this bishop on b2 is useless. So with bishop on d2, at least you could fight with f4. Let's bring a board. Yeah, so I think what worries him that he cannot liquidate so easily, right? Whatever he exchanges.
Yeah, if you take on d6, feels like you're just giving black everything, like just removing all this weaknesses or whatever for black's pawns, or pawns are more compact, and then your bishop is still like dead on b2.
So maybe like exchanging queens, was that a better try?
Probably white had some advantage after this. So 91, 93.
Yeah. So here,
it was, maybe it was all based on this thinking that concretely bishop d4 was working.
That's why I'm happy that we have post-mortem, because sometimes, you really get this insight. So what do? Let's say rook e1?
Yeah, queen c. Well, queen on b3, it's kind of nice, but yeah, I was trying to think of some like a4, rook b4, and then taking on e5, but
maybe this is an issue, just moving the king and start.
Yeah,
I don't know, king h8 or something, and then I have so many threats around.
Yeah, you can even start thinking about knight f4 at some point.
Come, Malcolm, let's hear something. We can go on the side and Malcolm jump in. So, Alireza, let's give you a mic. Alireza forgot that he's playing on time, classical chess.
And he's dum.
He will now go to blitz mode. He wants to go there to bullet. Okay, I'm quite curious because clock situation is crazy. 8 minutes versus 1 hour. I think you know this detail, right?
No, I've been playing in the Bug House tournament and losing to every child I come across. Well, I've never played Bug House properly before.
And?
What a shock to the system.
What would you say, your level?
About 500, I don't know.
Okay, big space for improvement.
My God. I couldn't understand how White was going to improve his position here.
No, it's not about improving now.
But I mean, how's he going to get to the time control?
Now, yes, now that's the question. So what did he play? We have a move.
You won, yeah?
92.
92.
Which gives some chances, obviously, for black. Green position for...
Yeah, no, this is a nice... I mean, king h8 is an easy move, and it just sits. It's just very solid. In fact, I mean, White now is a little bit short of pieces on the king side.
Yeah.
I mean, is it time to start thinking about king h8 and knight f4? And
yes, absolutely.
It's slowly time to start getting entertained, as we say. Yeah. Looking for a bit of entertainment, it seems to me.
I guess he'll have to play some g3, but then it weakens, h3 and stuff like that, knight g5.
Yeah.
How to include this rook into the... Or you can play without it.
You know what? I think you just say, actually, maybe. I'm holding e5, I'm fine. I'll come back to b8 if I need to, but I'm fine. Yeah. I mean, the bishop on b2 is nothing, right?
Yeah, it's very bad. Yeah, king h8 looks like the move you would play, and then think, just to have the option of moving the knight, and also in general, just for all the tactics, just get away from the diagonal.
I mean, even watch here. If it's easier for you, closer a bit, or Malcolm?
No, I'm fine. But I mean, if White can't put a knight on d3, I don't understand his position in a way. Yeah, this structure for White without a knight on d3, with a knight on d3, it's a different world.
Yeah.
But he hasn't managed to do that. Yeah.
Okay, there are several scenarios where White keeps a pull in this position, sometimes even without knight on d3, something on the c file. Alireza was mentioning some lines. But here it was based on some calculations which didn't
come off somehow.
And we spotted some idea. And
was there? Sorry, just going back a move. Was it possible to take on e5 then and go f4, f5? Was that possible?
We were discussing bishop before. That was our concept, and then after e5, only move for black. It's good enough is bishop b4, which was probably
okay. Might have been the idea.
Yeah.
But what about taking on e5 as well? Was that possible?
So here, knight takes.
Yeah.
Bishop
takes, knight takes, or f4. Knight takes, I think, first.
Maybe f4 even better.
And then f4, f5. That's what I want to do. Yeah. Is that possible?
But
it's not very convincing.
Even if you take on e6, you'll be...
I'm still worse. Pawn down, right?
Yeah. Some knight d5 or something.
Right, I'm going to have to go and do a bit more bug house.
So with whom you are paired?
I'm playing with Daniel Dupper, but it's not helping.
Yeah,
and just pray for us. Basically, that's the only thing that will work. I mean, you can put a piece on with checkmate in this version of Bug House, which makes it complete. No, you can.
You can.
Which makes it completely random. So
are the queens extra queens already at the board when you start the game?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I've definitely got to go.
Okay. Good luck.
Can I just talk to you for 1 second?
Sure.
I'm going to leave you on your own for the moment, Lenia.
Yeah, so still a question here after knight d2. Nodirbek hasn't played. I think I was saying that king h8 looks so logical here. Thinking of ways, it seems that Black's play should be on the king side, right? Because you could think of ways to try to even play c5 at some point and try to take on b4. But I think that plays a bit into White's. I think keeping the structure, it's because White would like to have some play on the the queen side, but it doesn't have any. And if you play c5, you might give White, even if he loses a pawn or something, some counterplay. I think it's absolutely like king h8, knight f4. This moves.
Yeah, I was explaining this to viewers also that sometimes you have you're in mindset of coming out of the opening with a normal position, let's say that trying to equalize or be stable, but now you're in a different mode. You're aware that you're having sort of good position, promising position, let's call it, we can call it even better position, but now you need to like put the different energy because you need to come up with strong moves. Your opponent to try to defend, try to liquidate, and it's not so simple because sometimes it's easier to hold and to equalize, to outplay player like Alireza from this position. Even if you're slightly better, it's not an easy task, no matter what engine says.
Yeah.
So that's why he will start using some more time because he wants to be precise
and
as
especially
possible.
Now Alireza is in defensive mode. It's not really he's aware that he's not better, to put it mildly, and he'll fight hard to stay in the game, so it's gonna take still some work to beat him here.
Exactly, but we can say that Nodirbek got this free ride a little bit easier than we expected. That right out of the opening he will be ahead on the clock and also with promising position. That means that Alireza in this tournament, although he's sole second, that somehow is still shaky for him.
Yeah, I think it worked perfectly. The opening choice, this kind of on-balance game, I think it suits Nodirbek well, and just got a very, very nice, very promising position with a huge time advantage also.
Okay, I think that, Nodirbek will start burning some time with precise moves. Let's go to Adam's check line because something has happened Queen f3, yeah.
At least he solved the problem of the knight on g3.
Actually, black solved. Yeah, Sam solved his opponent's problem, right? With rook f7. I give you that you solve chance that you solve the problem, but it's 2 exclamation mark.
Wow.
Okay, a little bit exaggerating, but it's quite nice because knight h6 is coming.
And knight is jumping to every possible.
This is very cool sacrifice. So yeah, kudos to Miki because suddenly all the pieces have some role, right?
Yeah.
Knight on
the
knight
on a5. It's, you feel now that it's misplaced much more. Yeah.
It's funny.
That is the extra knight, but
when we exchange the queens and my rook comes to b6, this knight is completely dominated.
Yeah. Black has to deal with a lot of things now. So.
Yeah. Now this knight cannot come to
This was the game, yeah?
Yeah.
Knight d7 is the point, or?
Knight d7.
Oh, he's thinking here. Yeah.
Yeah. But then I can give check and take on d6.
Yeah. So what to do here? It's also knight g4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's his idea to play knight g4.
Knight g4.
Yeah, if knight d6, rook e1, at least you...
Well, even that is not...
Yeah. Take.
Even that is probably not good for...
King e1, yeah. Or king e2. Yeah.
I don't know. Let's go to e1, maybe. It's not simple
Knight,
at all.
There's no moves, yeah. On a5.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
And maybe there is something even better after knight g4, I'm not sure.
So let's try to find a move for black. Coming to the second rank probably is not bringing anything. I was thinking some rook e2 or something, but
yeah,
I don't see that this is going anywhere. So d6 is falling. Rook b8 maybe to get this knight
change. Out,
yeah.
Knight b3 or...
I was thinking, is this
but
a
rook
move?
d6?
Yeah, but rook d6 and I'm again struggling. So how to hold? Rook e6.
Yeah, rook e6, but I was thinking even after something like, let's say I take on a6 first.
Mm-hmm.
If knight b3, rook d6, I have so many pawns. So.
Yeah, correct. Not a simple position to defend. Not at all.
What about d5?
d5 now, it came
d5,
to my mind.
Take on a6.
It looks like the best move.
And knight b3 or something.
But okay, here I would say that in some scenario black can hold with activity.
Yeah.
Pawns are strong, but still, now the piece at least will start entering. I think this is the correct way, and I think that Sam will play it. Hang on, this is analysis.
He went knight g4.
He went knight g4. Okay.
Knight g4 was tempting too, yeah, because you have this rook e1 and the rook taking on f4 and so on.
But now
it's worse than d5, yeah, according to...
Yes, it's worse. Knight d6. I don't
rook
see any...
e2, is rook e2 possible here? But it's too slow. Yeah.
Rook g3.
Rook
and
g3,
then you
rook
take.
e1. No, there is mate.
Ah, yeah. Sorry, I blundered a mate. Oh,
but I guess you can get
that
back.
Was the position. Sorry.
Maybe h3 or h3.
H3
if 93, then rook g3. Yeah. No, then it doesn't make sense. Yeah. I'll probably have to
go
like
rook
96, rook e1, rook f1, because it would be nice for black to keep some pieces. Maybe rook f1, rook e2. Can I play like that, or?
If his knight can even return to...
Yeah, knight can come to e4 back,
Yeah.
Although knight e4, knight c4, but...
Okay, you want to go knight e3. So I need to fight against it.
I guess if rook a6, I can play knight b3 even. There's knight e2 also.
Okay, let's go h. Then you have rook e.
Yeah,
knight e2, rook e1, and knight f1, right?
Yeah. With a draw at least, yeah, maybe more. Not so simple, huh? How to play here?
Engine is very happy. Let's try to find out why. Yeah, I know why, probably. Engine will now play something silly, like returning the rook to b1 or something, like, and then play rook f2.
Rook b1.
Yeah, and then after knight e3, rook f2. Yeah, these kind of things, but... No, is it good? Maybe it's not. Probably it's not. Yeah, no. Still. So what is the move?
So
knight e4 doesn't work. Rook a6.
Yeah, rook
you
a6.
Mentioned knight e3, but I believe even knight b3 or bringing the knight cannot.
Yeah, knight b3, knight d2. Yeah.
Cannot be a move. h4 stuff, but not. But then.
Nah, I don't believe.
Then knight g4 you have in the end, so I cannot run.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe h3. No, h3, knight e3, rook f3, something like this. Rook g2, king h1, rook e2, rook g3, and knight f7.
So this you mentioned. Rook f3.
Rook f3, yeah.
Yeah, probably this is the move.
Because rook g2, king h1, yeah. Yeah, if rook e1, king f2, and if
if
you go back to e2, then it's mate. Yeah, rook
yeah. This is true, probably. Rook f3 is the move.
h3, rook f3, yeah.
And
it's probably the only way, yeah.
Yeah. And suddenly, it's not good. But I believe that he can dig it. He's there. He's concentrated, motivated. That Mickey can sort it out.
Yeah, but this tough position. Yeah, like White could even get in trouble if he's not careful with this counterplay, especially if you allow the other knight in at some point. I think Mickey will keep the rook on b6 for
not even considering
for some time. Yeah.
But okay, turning point, because if you don't play knight d6, what can you do? Okay, you can go back completely, right? Knight g3, knight f1, but it doesn't sound too good.
No.
Yeah, so he must take on d6. Okay, he can start with... No, h3 doesn't work as well.
h3, but it's
take on f5 and on f4. So
I think he will take, because he will. I mean, the most obvious line is just you check and take and rook f4, and once you see this is good for white, then there's no reason not to take on d6 with the knight, no?
I'm pretty sure that he sees it. I think also the Sam sees it as well, but now they're trying to find how to deviate some possibilities. But very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting game. So I mean, again, with black, I not knowing, of course, as the players, or they don't know anything what the computer says. Like I would think, I even have chances because somehow
some desperado motive.
Yeah. But yeah, he took. But yeah, once you start calculating the lines, you see that it's black is suffering a lot. Yeah.
How about your experience? I was always the one being happy with playing with a piece versus 3 pawns or 2 pawns and a rook. somehow long term on my level, always there was some chance to do something with pieces.
Yeah, no, I also tend to like the pieces, thinking that, you'll control things and then collect.
Because it's a little scary, and for maybe people who are not experienced, when they start counting rook and 3 pawns, but then suddenly rook, 2 pieces, they start creating.
And also I was playing this Nodirbek since my childhood, and those days, bishop g5 line in Nodirbek was like everyone played it, and I played like 1,000 games. And, often you would get like, white would sacrifice a lot, and you would have to run with the king, whatever, and then finally keep a piece, but for 3 pawns, and then you have to play usually a bishop, and then this bishop strong with the rook and everything. So I had that same scenario like a lot of times. And
I won versus Smirnov. He was 26-40, very important game last round at the European Championship. I had 2 bishops, and he had like 4 pawns, but 2 bishops are so strong that suddenly wherever he goes, I collect something. So I was the one liking pieces, but of course there are players who are very skillful in controlling the game with pawns.
Yeah.
There was famous game who was playing this. Some Russian GM, I will recall later, and then he sacrificed the rook and had 4 pawns versus a rook and a knight, but king is there in the end game, and suddenly you cannot stop them. So pawns are strong, but people tend to overestimate how far pawns can go, because sometimes it's really like a long way. When you start pushing one, start pushing second, and
it takes time.
It takes some time. So here, Sam.
Yeah, this is a big moment now for Sam because rook e1 and taking on f4, it's the most obvious. But once you start calculating, you might want to find something else, like this option of check and rook e2 felt natural. Like, in general, I feel like trying to keep the 2 rooks, of course, gives black, in theory at least, the option of, taking over eventually with some counterattack, but it doesn't seem very likely in reality.
Yeah, and as I said before, my point was that now you see rating of Miki, and he's 2650, let's call it, but he's 2650, not anymore 2670, because he loses some games where there are like initiative chances. But when he starts digging with details, and this is
maybe in this position he's still 2750.
2750. That's my point. So it's not a huge success to play against him now. This position. And I believe that he will sort it out. But also Sam is capable, of course, creating some counterplay.
So what Sam comes up with, because
it's probably like only one way to stay in the game.
Maybe objectively he should play rook e1, take pawns, and then try to seek to save himself in this position. Like king, I don't know, king e1 or something, and then play some knight e3. I don't know. I'll go after the pawns, knight h2, and then eventually give the knight for the pawn.
Because engines sometimes give you a huge plus, but tend to like overestimate possibility that you will end up with a rook and a knight versus rook, which is of course dead draw. Unless you're Garry Kasparov, he won versus Judith Polgar, and Magnus won versus whom? Smets or Stelwagen?
I also beat Onishuk in Bill, in 2008.
From a normal position, it was
from a completely normal, king on the center, whatever.
Because I played like 5
times. And I remember that game, like feeling that. I mean, I knew it was a draw, but it went so smooth. At some point, I found some, these typical ways that you put the knight back, and then you kind of just knight on f7, rook on b7 or something, and so he made, of course, a blunder or a few, and then I got a winning position, and it felt like, of course I won. It's completely winning, but of course, you see how the way to defend it, it's so easy. I mean, it's way easier than the rook and bishop. And then you cannot. I mean, it's hard to understand how you could lose this, but I won it one. I think it's the only one I had it. Maybe I had it, and I don't remember, but that's the one.
I had something like 6 times, and I couldn't do anything, while I never had a rook and a bishop versus rook, either colors. And I'm always showing this winning winning position during broadcast, rook and a bishop, how you win from that one position, which actually Fabi didn't manage against Fiddler at Hunting Assist Candidates, and then he needed to win with the black pieces versus Karyakin. He could have played his World Championship match earlier if he managed to win. He forgot to do it on the short side because he started to move the bishop, but his rook was on the longer side. Yeah. So I was studying this, I was waiting, but it never came. While rook and a knight I had 6 times and I couldn't do anything. But by the way, Kamsky won versus Bakro, rook versus knight. There was some
yes, I remember that one. Yes,
yeah. And it came from the rook's endgame typical thing, and he was already on the last rank. But it's not so simple. Look, also that people tend to underestimate that endgame.
I don't remember if it was something like very special, like it was unpleasant already because the knight was far. Because when it's close,
it was normal. But at some stage you need to separate with knight, and he was keeping his knight. What I learned about that endgame, that everyone says you just keep your knight next to your king, but that's wrong. At some point you need to move it, and he didn't. And then suddenly he was getting into lost position. I was actually. I was discussing this with Levon at the World Cup after he lost versus Arjun. There was some chatting, studies we were showing to each other, and then I touched this topic, and Levon knows some details when your opponent gets into wrong details. By the way, for myself, I can say that I think that I'm a little bit better in endgames than average 25-50, but I know some rook endgames especially. But what Levon started to show, it was really like. Because he knows details of details, and previously,
and he knows a lot of studies. And stuff.
So I was very impressed. So here, Mickey is not on the move now. It's Sam's.
Yeah, Sam's
turn.
Still thinking. Yeah,
and I think he will burn some time because, as I said, we have this info about the position, which I think helps us a bit. That you get the right information about the position, but players, they don't have a clue at some point what's going on, so they need to dig it themselves. I think now he's getting slowly aware how unpleasant it is, that he will start to readjust. Now it's not about winning, now it's about
safe,
holding. When he gets into that mode, I think he can do it. Where we can go, let's see how this game develops.
Wow, such a change in the...
So we left around here.
We don't get a rook e3, king h8. Logical.
Normal move, engine tends to condemn.
Amazing. And f4, no f-file open.
Very interesting that he plays f4. Is he having g4, g5, g4 in mind? I don't know.
Rook e1, does he want f3 or?
To push f3.
Maybe not, Maybe just take it and then rook e3 and king h1, rook g1. Because if you don't play f3, it's like
f3 coming.
Very one-sided, no?
Yeah, I don't know if he can, but I don't believe that after f3, the g5, g4 can be something. Should be too slow.
Yeah, I think if I'm able to play f3 and of course e5 next, then it'll be very nice, and I get the c5 square. And although e5, c5.
I think we have a move. Is it f3? I believe f3 played. Yeah.
So he played f3.
Sort of necessary, and g3.
Play g3.
Okay. Nice. Super complicated.
Yeah, interesting. I guess on queen g5 or...
So white is counting always, so this queen f1 or...
Yeah, there's always
or
queen
knight
f1.
will come to e3 maybe.
Yeah, or you can play some rook e3, kind of tie the pieces to this f3 pawn, and then even knight b1, knight d2 could be an idea.
Only thing is, when you take the pawn, maybe c5 will come at some point, so maybe that's not the idea.
Yeah.
Or it is, I don't know. Because black is quite ready if there will be some exchanges in the center. King is far away.
Yeah, I think another question is black wants to decide to move some pawns before like c5 or e5 possible, or for example e5. Not sure that it's what you want.
So quite reasonable.
Not bad, yeah. Rook d1 or something.
Yeah, but now taking and then...
Take and then maybe some queen e6 or something, yeah. It's still king h1, but...
So...
Yeah, e5, taking, yeah, queen e5. Now rook d1.
Knight somewhere, or... Rook d1 you mentioned, yeah.
There's no threat.
Quite complicated, yeah. There is no threat because...
You want rook e3 maybe, but...
Maybe rook e3, huh? Yeah, probably this is the way to go.
It feels better for white anyway.
We have a5.
a5.
Which suddenly... Okay, it's of course connected with the idea of checkmating and then that bishop control.
Preventing queen f1 and everything, yeah.
But it's a bit far away, right?
Yeah. So I guess rook e3, bishop a6, queen d1, queen f7. This is the idea, something like this, yeah. And then queen h5. This actually makes sense, yeah. How to refute it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, sometimes the engine knows that like 15 moves, 10 moves ahead, that won't be...
There is a resource.
Yeah, resource, but for human, you start to like do some prophylaxis not to end up in that position, and by doing that you make some kind of concession.
Can you play e5 or not?
Okay.
Trying to use this, I mean, kind of create a weakness there, yeah, on e5 or c5. Because I was thinking that c5 would be the reaction to e5, but now I think I have ed knight, queen d6, knight b5. Maybe. And then take on c5.
But
so
now
maybe it didn't exist with the pawn on a6, by the way, but I don't know if that was the...
Now I have some vision for white. The next 4 or 5 move he can improve more than black.
Yeah, and then this bishop a6 is would be kind of empty here because I would have all the play in the center. Rook e3. Yeah, then black is doing well. Yeah, I guess it's this idea, right? To play bishop a6, queen moves, and queen f7.
Queen d2.
Let's say, yeah, I don't know if he wants to go to d1 or d2, but anyway, I'll play, just something to get the queen to h5.
So maybe I should go to d1.
Yeah, queen d1, queen f7. It's not so easy now, because if you move the knight, there's bishop e2, which is annoying, and I want this queen h5.
And I don't need to protect anything here. Because
probably you'll have to play e5 now at some point, but then...
So rook e3 seems to be a serious mistake, but it's also logical, as you mentioned, and that was your first idea, that you
that's
put the pressure on
the
f3.
Most natural, yeah. Especially when you play g3, I mean, you allow f3 to play g3, you want to play this rook e3 most of the lines, I guess. But the issue is that with the bishop totally passive on b7, you have this knight b1, knight d2 resource. I think at some point was important to even queen d1 first, knight b1, knight d2, and then rook c1, c3. It's like you will win this pawn on c3, on f3 at some point. But with bishop on a6, able to come to e2 any moment, then it's not so easy for white.
What do you think, Liner? Is it now some option at some stage that white sacks the exchange?
Could be, yes.
At least,
but it would be like, against his will, not what he wants.
Yeah. I think now Luke will realize that he didn't go too deep, maybe, and then he will be regretting this.
He will need to think now and come up with something special, because it's like queen f7, and he has a very clear plan. You have to come up with something, yeah. e5, I think, would be logical, trying to get knight e4. But e5, d5 maybe, yeah. Queen d1, queen f7, e5, something like this.
So is there a better move than queen f7?
Yeah, maybe there is, yeah.
The rook is hanging.
Queen
yeah,
d5,
the rook is hanging. Now I spotted, yes. Just to show, yeah.
And also queen g5 threatens queen takes e3.
Oh, that's a nice thing.
And f2, yeah.
That's a nice thing.
or something, yeah.
No, he will go for it. So, and I think now that Luke will start going into different mindset, because it's now not about exploiting some things, it's more to be super precise, and we can see on the camera that Nicolas is aware that chances are there now. Let's go full screen. Let's give you the moment. Critical point, second, let's say, or third one, but sort of critical point.
Yeah, probably queen d1 was his intention. He plays it anyway. This queen g5 is really, really strong now.
But since black is like ready to go forward for last few moves, I believe that queen g5 will be high on his list, and that he will go for it.
Very much his
because
style,
now it's about going forward, which is something you want to do.
Not such a difficult tactic, yeah.
Yeah, he already sees it, and now he's just rechecking. And I believe that Luke also sees it now. And queen goes to g5. Yep, just an obvious choice for a player of that caliber. And now I'm quite curious. Yeah,
it's amazing, yeah, how easy you can get into trouble in chess in high level. Like this position seemed well controlled even after allowing this f3, but just two moves and.
Yeah, this is actually the main thing when players are in his prime, and at his peak, you tend to like step out of the danger a little bit earlier than it happens.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Because now even like stronger player than Luke can lose this game.
We'll have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's not now about the class, but few moves ago, player of your caliber or stronger or top even
will sense the danger a bit more
somehow. Yeah, because now for me it's understandable. Sometimes I'm getting that kind of questions where I don't know, like 24 player asked me about some position or game, and then I said now it's sort of, I wouldn't be surprised that I lose it, or even 26-50, because it's tough. It's now he allowed some super counterplay and it's hard to navigate. But few moves ago, some a4 would be played to stop a5 activity or something. Yeah, this is the main thing. It's not about now this position. If you put even, as I mentioned, you or some stronger play, it's hard to navigate now because
it's difficult. Yeah, and you have to be like, of course, super aware of all these small tactics. Yeah, it's always crucial, like to justify your general plans with this short. I mean, small tactics is key, because that allows you to like play fast and spot all these little things that could get you eventually into danger. Because what Luke is doing is, it's kind of logical. You're putting pressure on f3 and all this, but it's a question of sometimes concrete details that just don't allow you to execute.
And the thing is, like few moments ago, his position, looks so nice, and suddenly you're in different mode. You need to be super careful, which is not easy to.
Especially after this f4. I mean, it's f-file still closed, and White has the better structure. It looked like he would be able to put pressure now, but f3.
Even taking here, maybe you would spend some more time.
Bad. I mean, Black has compensation, but you have the pawn, and not
can
so
defend,
bad.
move,
But d3 was even objectively a bit stronger,
But here,
Yeah, this is a critical moment because I think once you see, I mean, you can see all these ideas to put pressure on f3, but once you see that there's this new element of bishop coming to a6, potentially to e2, controlling f1, not allowing you to play queen f1, and I think this is a moment where you need something more than just playing rook e3 and all this stuff.
You need to act quickly, and that
this is a critical moment. Yeah.
Suddenly he's regretting this a lot. And objectively speaking, maybe it's only one way to come out.
Can he still fight somehow? Or like queen d2, queen g4? It looks like you can get mated like, just in very straightforward fashion. No? Queen h3, bishop f1, like if you play king h1.
So queen e3 is coming. So you mentioned which is the first move. Rook c2
maybe
is
rook
this?
c2, but rook c2 again, queen g4. Yeah, but at least, well, queen h3 is a threat. So how do you defend against that?
This checkmate is coming, so I cannot take on f3. So I need to do something super fast. And why this is not that lost?
Not easy, yeah. Already here, it's something like super special, yeah.
But really super special.
Back
H4.
to c1. H4 is an option.
I was thinking.
But yeah, looks so close.
Yeah, but this is not working.
No, maybe rook back to c1.
And if you go h3.
H3, queen h3, rook f3. Maybe this. This is brilliant.
But still looks
wow,
tough.
Yeah,
it looks tough. You don't want to open your king even more, but...
So maybe
tough
not
moment.
queen g4, queen h5. Yeah,
it's a tough moment. Let's just briefly check other games. So what's going on? So in Adams...
Yeah, he went for the that I see he understands that he has to...
collect something and...
He has to defend, yeah. It's not about winning. I mean, there's, in theory, some scenario where the rook and the two knights can coordinate and deliver mate, but it's realistically, I guess, not very likely.
Yeah, but also now white to win this position, he needs to navigate, avoid so many stuff. So it's not just one-sided.
Yeah.
In that sense, just to maybe predict or to announce to our viewers that it's possible to go wrong, that in like next 6 moves we will get into completely drawish position, because it's not so simple to avoid everything here now with white.
Just looking at the position, just let's say if you would just come now and just see, it would feel drawish, like the knights. I mean, you give in the worst case you can give the knight back. The pawn is still a bit far from the queen in square. You have some checks, some kind of threats.
You would think maybe that white needs to go for a draw, maybe even just to...
You wouldn't feel like it's so dangerous for black.
Yeah, got it. Then we have Alireza. Yeah, we need to follow this one.
Wow.
So
a lot of things happening here.
So G3.
Yeah, G3 had to be played.
So he allowed all those...
he went really concrete with this knight c5 and d3. Knight d2, c6 and rook d5. This is nice.
Very nice.
I guess it looks like,
Very nice. c6 creating a threat, some kind of threat, rook d5. This is really brilliant.
King g2.
Threatening knight h4.
Rook c2.
Rook c2 to defend the queen. Now knight h4 is not winning. And he's thinking. 2 days ago and 3 days ago, Nodirbek was in studio here. I was commentating, and then he started throwing some lines which are like 20 moves long. What do you think? Can you compete still with those youngsters in terms how far
I don't know. In calculation, I was, never the guy to calculate so deep. I was trying to kind of at least make sure that 2-3 moves, but good ones. So like some famous players said, like long lines, they always contain some kind of mistake. Yeah, but of course it's amazing. Ability that some people have to calculate precisely and deep lines. Yeah.
There was a famous game. against whom at Vaikanzi, where
yes, that's the one I remember. Yes,
20 moves, but I'm trying to recall. Was it Sam or was it someone who was there? 2700 player, but not like 2750 plus. So someone was around 27.
Yeah, where his king was
king was
forward.
running. Not Kari Krishna. No, I don't know. Maybe even someone of that profile, like around 2700. Exactly I can remember a bit later. But then here he played versus Sam, and then he started to show some line, which I think, and in the end it was a draw. I think it's more or less similar in number of moves. He's showing, and then he says, I'm waiting that we switch to another position. And then he says, and then I was calculating, and then he shows like 4 moves, and then I wanted to say, okay, I'm waiting that he says, and now it's like winning, draw, and then he said, and then I was calculating. So after each position, he was like getting to 5 more moves than I expected. So it was really like fabulous. So I'm not surprised. Now in this position, let's go back with the board. The problem is it stays hidden how far they are going here. He's now for sure like calculating so many stuff, which is Rook F4 stuff. I don't know what actually to mention.
But at least now, it's might go wrong for Alireza, but it's good in the sense that it's more clear what he has to do.
I was thinking, is it possible to go for a checkmate with some Rook F4?
Yeah, Rook F4 is very natural. Rook F4.
I was thinking, is it possible to go for some
and Queen H3,
checkmate stuff?
Queen H3 and Rook H5. Yeah.
So let's show it. Let's say now, I don't know, some move. Okay, Queen is hanging, but let's say that. 94, right? We can show the checkmate, right?
94 Queen H3. Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice. I spotted this, and this looks really, really nice. But of course, both players will see it. So Rook F4.
Yeah, probably you should try to hold on to this knight on E4, as long as you can.
Bishop C1.
Can you play H3 also? Or? Knight H4, King H2. This holds, no?
This holds, yeah, exactly.
Maybe after H3 you can play something else, like maybe Queen G6, but then I can take on D6 maybe. If I take, maybe just take back on D6, Rook takes, or
and then E4 is coming, and then when this knight
Bishop E5,
this one is hanging, but there is nothing, right?
4 is hanging also, but Bishop E5, Rook E6 probably, but Bishop F4.
There is even better move. Knight H4, Rook E4. Is this?
Maybe this,
I'm not sure. Maybe
King H2, Rook E4. Actually, the king is almost trapped.
Probably it's winning,
Yeah.
So, what's the current position? Rook C2 played.
Yeah, it's thinking.
He's on 2 minutes. Alireza, but he can even play in this crazy time control mode. Let's just briefly check Eliano versus Vitugo, because here a lot of things were happening. So we left around here after knight C4. Rook F4 was played.
Yeah, Rook C2, Rook D2. Yeah, this is, I imagine that this was Eliano's idea.
But still, this is long-term stuff. It's not just when it happens, it's quite unpleasant.
H4 takes.
Yeah,
you don't want to allow H3 or.
Oh, that's nice. Knight goes to E2. That's how he won the queen. Very nice. And now it's obvious that black is playing for a win, but maybe white can hold somehow, but it's very unpleasant because when rooks will be exchanged, everything is undefended.
Falling apart. Yeah, usually the fortress is the only hope here, but you need to find stable squares for the pieces. I mean, the rook on F4 looks solid, but
is some B5 coming?
Yeah, that's the problem. The knight will be kicked out of c4, yeah. Like even after rook f4 or something like, yeah, b5 immediately, or even if you trade rooks, although probably black should keep the rooks, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe not, there's no need, but it's waiting the right moment,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then eventually b5 and attack go after the pawn on a3.
Serious advantage for black. Serious advantage. As I said, I had a feeling that this is not like exact Eliano's position, because it's not so simple to play that position. It would be like a little bit more technical, but that was not a technical position at all. And John, we haven't touched this one at all. So
he went for rook b1 before.
How this happened on the king side?
Looks very solid, because it looks like everything will be liquidated on the queen side. He was relying on this,
Very nice, because this way this maneuver was awesome. And now g4 is coming, or knight h4, whatever.
Forced to play g6, which is a bit of a problem. The knight h4 was bad,
So there was a better move, maybe transferring the queen, or
queen d2, king g7, queen f4, something like this. But it's not obvious. No? Knight h4 looks very nice too. But you give counterplay now with the queen coming to c1 and so on. Queen c1. Queen f4. Queen f4, king h3 is this idea, or?
What is now the move?
Can you take on f2, or?
And g7 you take, huh?
Yeah, or knight f5 or something like that.
Yeah, knight f5 probably, or knight f5. G7.
Queen f2 loses, Why does it lose?
Knowing engine, some queen a3 stuff, something you don't even calculate usually happens, but...
Queen a3,
Usually engines play that kind of things, but...
It's a double attack, actually.
Yeah, but is it working? It doesn't look...
Probably, no?
Really?
It's attacking two pieces. You kind of...
because I'm just commentating these days so much. And then suddenly I'm getting those influence with those stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm searching for not normal. You're searching for normal stuff. And I'm searching for not normal, So here after king h3, so what do you do? F6 is not working, or f5? Is that kind of move? f5?
f5, but then takes on f6, no?
Queen f6?
Yeah.
And we play this kind of position, which
probably not winning, but should be much better for white. No?
Is there anything better? Is there anything better for black here?
Queen f4 is not great,
Queen f4 I think is good. No, not best.
That's the moment, So hard, no? Because doesn't seem to be like an obviously better move.
Usually it should be bringing the piece. But I don't believe that some bishop e8 or something can work.
Yeah.
Or
so ugly, no? Bishop e8. Take on f7, bishop f7. Check king f8. Check on h8.
Something.
Knight
Let's just try, but I have a feeling that this doesn't work. Yes.
Yeah, it's bad.
So what else? Okay, this is some kind of asset for future. But it's really long term. Queen
that's the other reasonable way, no? Queen g5, but is it so much better than queen f4? I mean, cannot be, no?
Yeah, it's the same thing. So.
Yeah, tough moment, no? This is for...
Study.
Exercise at home.
Yeah. Actually, this is what I was telling to viewers, because Okay, puzzle storm and those stuff when you know that you are like winning, but it's more like you can improve more by putting some position and trying to defend.
A real game,
yeah, and trying to defend, to find resources, how to stay in the game. I think this is very important.
FG and knight g6, knight
I was
f5.
thinking about this. I was thinking about that, and you're right, probably line. This is the best way.
That's the way.
Okay, now white cannot give queen f4 check, so white has some time. Queen, I don't know where. No, but I cannot move my queen anywhere. Smart. I cannot penetrate with the queen, right? There is no way.
No way, no.
G4.
Yeah, that's the question. What happens after G4?
Knight D4. Can I play or not? I cannot calculate this. Can I play?
Knight D4. I mean, it would be like
a miracle that it works. And
it does, yeah. Is it the only way?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Probably it is, yeah, because otherwise, thought attacking the pawn on f2, but there's not even a way. Yeah. Queen
B2,
f4, queen b2 or something, but no, this is
queen b2, yeah.
No, this was.
Well,
yeah,
maybe,
you can take and king h1.
Maybe only way. So, queen f4 played, suboptimal move.
And king h3, yeah, was obviously his idea. Yeah.
But now it will be quite tough for me. Okay, so just briefly, let's check. Really?
All this happened, or?
So h3 was played.
Rook f4, h3, but we spoke about this line, no?
Yes, and then moving the queen or something.
Queen g6 here, yeah?
Yes. Okay, but why is he repeating?
Because he wins the tournament with the draw, yeah? But he knows this. And he has so much time. No, I think he'll play on, no? I mean, if he sees queen g6.
Because to have black and like this kind of situation, it's not easy to get it next time.
Yes. And it's a question of pure calculation here. And this is a guy who can calculate.
Yes, exactly. Miki.
Oh, it's going well for white, yeah.
But still.
Knight on a2, I'm not sure if it's much better than on a5.
Yeah, take a look. But it's still...
Knight on e4 is nice, yes.
Still decent.
Not easy, yeah.
Here...
Oh, so how did he play after queen g5?
So he went queen e1, queen g4, and king h1.
Yeah, this won't work.
I was thinking about this.
A rook will come, no? And
because now this is the point. So this is the main difference between the rook c2, because now if you go in this line I was thinking about it, then bishop f1 comes.
Yes.
So that's why he needs to keep the rook. That's why he's sort of dropping a move. Just so he wants to get a square, or
yeah, probably wants to combine kingside play with some central play. No, even go after the d4 pawn.
Oh, we have a draw.
Oh, so he wants to secure the tournament. How easy it was to win here? Like king g2, queen g6, right? Was the way.
Let's see. Let's just briefly check. Maybe it's not. So queen g6, this is what we were offering.
Yes.
And the game goes on. And it's some advantage. But
yeah,
we said this knight d6, right?
Knight d6.
Rook d6, and if you take, there is this knight h4, rook e4. Yeah. So you need to... But hang on. So bishop f4, f5, knight h4, rook e4. This is not lost.
Yeah, here it's losing, no? Gh4. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's sort of fortress. Rook d3, right?
It's rook g1, there's rook h3. Yeah, maybe you could make a draw here, but this is obviously not the reason why you repeat. Yeah.
Okay, we will get this info. I believe that they will come here, or at least one of them. Nodirbek after winning the tournament. Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah.
Fantastic performance.
Great performance.
So which one to pick up? Now it's everywhere is burning. Maybe how is the situation? Okay, Mishra has enough time.
And Elianov is still fighting queen down. Yeah.
Yeah, but quite unpleasant. With bishop is possible maybe to somehow
played f6. Yeah. f6 is interesting because he wants to keep I guess the rook, like something like gf, especially there's king f7, rook g8.
But maybe this one will be the most critical very soon because he's quite long time.
Also after d5 he went knight b1.
So allowing this bishop to stuff.
Yeah. Yes, bishop e2, he wants knight d2 anyway. And queen h3, queen g1 always. Yeah, I think d5 was very logical because you want to, like, after something like queen h3, queen g1 happens, like if suddenly you can play on the queen side or something with this queen on g1 and you'll just win.
This is typical stuff.
And maybe that's the way to put the bishop on e2, the queen on h3, and then play a4 or something.
Yeah, and I think we will prepare a setup for our guest. And we have a tournament winner. Congratulations, Nodirbek, for winning the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very interesting game. Actually, we were some applause from the audience. We were very impressed by how easily you got into a good position out of the opening.
Yeah, we played a very sharp line. It's known to be very dynamic and interesting. Yeah, actually, bishop e6 is...
First question, sorry, you expected e4 maybe more?
Yeah, both of them, because Alireza was also playing d4 this tournament, so I was expecting also d4. Okay, I prepared this queen's gambit accepted, dc, e4, yeah, e5, knight f3, takes, bishop c4, knight c6, castles, and bishop e6 is a rare move, I guess.
We were expecting maybe he will go for bishop b5 or bishop e6, we were not sure.
Yeah, bishop e6 kind of also interesting.
Liner is playing that line with the black pieces, right?
Yes. Take, queen b3, that's also theory. Take, rook b8, queen a6, knight f6. Yeah,
we were mentioning
b3.
b3, people play sometimes. So.
Yeah, some old theory, but a3 and b4.
Yeah, there were some also correspondence games, but okay, yeah. b3 is also a good option for white. a3, castles, b4. Yeah.
You checked this line today?
Yes. Yeah, I just briefly repeated this line. Yeah, so here I played h6, I think, which should be the new move.
Novelty,
I think so. I mean, according to my analysis, you know, in my notes it was mentioned like as novelty. I don't know if it's true or not.
But it's some boost when you play a novelty. I don't know, Liner, do you agree? Yeah, that it's interesting to play some tiny small move, and it's new position.
Yeah, no, we were commenting that it was a sign that, you know, my position is good, yeah, because you play h6, just very cool. I mean, you might think, you know, black needs to hurry or something, but no, there's no hurry, just h6 and position is fine.
Yeah, black is very solid. Also, it's, you know, a very playable position, and bishop b2, e5.
This bishop b2, because later this bishop was a bit stuck on b2, but...
Yeah, but
not easy to.
Yeah, if white doesn't play bishop b2, I just, you know, wait, and maybe I want to play maybe next knight g4 at some point. So he has to play some. So I point behind h6, like I'm waiting with e5. So like if I play e5 instead of h6, the bishop is well placed on c1. So he has like he may play a queen e2 or and then bring knight c4, knight e1, knight e3, so bishop is well placed on c1, so that's kind of...
And you don't have this bishop, knight f4 stuff?
Yes. Okay. So I'm kind of waiting. h6, bishop b2, and now e5. So yeah, here I was trying to remember my notes. Yeah, I think I managed to, you know, fully exploit my preparation, I guess. But okay.
Okay, this is not a strong engine, but knight d8 was maybe the moment to take on d7. And the way how he played.
I thought it should be fine for black. I mean, this endgame, so I was not worried at all. So knight d6, knight c4, and here, yeah, he was spending a lot of time, and I later understood that he was calculating maybe knight c takes e5, knight c5, rook e5, knight e5, bishop e5, f4, knight e4. Okay, here if white takes fe, then I take rook f1, knight d2, and black is better. So he has to play f5 instead of knight d2, fe, bishop h2. If king h2, I have queen d6, so he has to play king h1. And I was calculating rook f1, and queen e8.
Another your 10 more moves calculations position.
Apparently it's equal, yeah? Queen d5, knight f1.
I have a feeling that you calculated even more, right?
Okay, e7, king h7, and maybe he has some queen e4 or something.
Queen f5.
Queen f5, okay.
And you need to go back.
And then okay, just repeat.
It's a draw.
Yes. Yes.
But after knight c5, can you take with the bishop on e5 first?
Yes, a4. I was saying a4, bishop h2, knight h2, and I thought, okay, white maybe slightly better.
Bishop e5, you mentioned, yeah?
a4.
a4, yeah.
Bishop h2, knight h2. I thought, you know, white should be slightly better.
It's true. We were calculating liner, I think, taking on d4.
I also
yeah,
and before take e5, bishop b4.
Yeah, this is a nice touch. This is a really nice touch. Because other moves
it's actually much better for black.
Yes.
Very nice, very nice.
We thought that this is his intention, and then he realizes this.
No, I think he was like initially he wanted to. He played knight c4 with the idea of knight c5. So maybe he saw this line and he was kind of frustrated. I mean,
because if you don't do this in the position, then it becomes very, very unpleasant. Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
So this was like
white,
played, as you said, in some kind of not desperation, but he was a little bit disappointed.
Yeah. Here I thought, okay, I mean, like should be fine, and I opted for a very concrete play with king h8, g3. I'm not sure if it's the best, but okay, I thought it's very interesting. G3, knight c5. Queen c2, d3, queen d1, takes, all forced. And from far I thought after queen d3, knight g5, knight d2. My idea was, of course, to play e4, but then I saw this trick with rook c7. And here I
very nice deflection. Queen protects the rook.
Everything works out for white, and white is doing well here. So here I had to change my plans and to play c6.
And just tell me here around, let's say for this queen c5, what do you think? Like some kind of strategy to keep a little bit pieces, not to go to direct exchanges, but it's also reasonable to go knight c5, right? Engine waits probably.
a5. He plays a5, yeah. Knight a5. What? Knight g4. Okay, it's too much.
This is too brilliant, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and then this knight c5 comes later.
I don't understand what's the idea of like knight g5. Maybe the next. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay, knight g5 is also an option to go immediately. But
yeah, knight g5. I thought f3,
F3,
yes, and I was thinking, okay, white should be fine here.
Okay.
So, yeah, I played
this concrete way.
Knight c5.
This
forced. Yeah. Here, yeah, knight d2.
This c6 was very nice.
Yeah, c6, very logical. Although he was, very low on time, I knew that, he's a,
He'll find a way.
blitz/bullets specialist. So, he is an expert with low, with playing low on time.
Yeah.
So I didn't really count on that. So I was trying to be very objective here. Knight f3, king g2, queen g4.
It looks scary.
Yeah, it looks scary, but I didn't see like clear path to proceed here. So I went. Yeah, I was thinking bishop c7 to just keep the tension, but like h3, I thought that maybe again I have to force a draw with knight h4. I don't know, but yeah, yes, I thought. Okay,
so rook f4 was a nice try.
Yeah, I think initially my idea was like after knight d6, I was seriously calculating e4. With the idea of e4 actually, yes.
Now, I think we mentioned this line, yeah.
Queen
h3,
This is what we
knight e4, queen h3.
Funny that engine doesn't see it at first. Like
I was very happy when I spotted this queen h3, so it's
e4,
nice.
I didn't see like a clear.
No, it's actually good.
Defense for white.
Yeah.
I didn't seemed. I mean, very dangerous. So yeah, he played h3.
H3, yeah.
Yeah.
And now you're curious, right? How to move on?
Yeah, but I calculated queen g6, knight d6, rook d6, bishop e5.
Check.
Yeah, here apparently I didn't see knight
and this
h4,
is
king
what
h2,
we
knight rook
spotted.
e4.
Yeah,
this
rook e4. So.
But he can sack a queen, and it's not so simple.
Yeah,
maybe
it's not so easy. Maybe it's a draw.
Maybe it's just a
takes
fortress.
h4, take rook d3.
Somewhere, I don't know,
d3
bishop g3 or somewhere.
I mean,
and then the
you're a
rooks
bit better,
down
but
to...
it's likely a draw, yeah.
yes.
Some fortress, yeah.
Practically, it's should be holdable.
Yeah. What can he do instead of taking on d6?
Yeah.
If he keeps the knight,
I mean, he has no other move, I think, simply.
He must take on d6.
He must, yes.
And you take with the rook, and now some other move.
Yeah, very, very forced, like bishop e5. So it must be played, and yeah, I missed this pin,
e4.
maybe. There is bishop d6, takes, and queen d6. But okay, I mean...
But
if I had seen this, I would probably go. I mean, I would have played this, but okay. Draw is also fine.
Yeah, draw is fine, and you spend a lot of energy to come to this position. It was not simple at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So your winning streak has stopped, but anyway, yeah, you clinched the victory. So it's you're quite happy, I believe, right?
Yeah. It was truly amazing tournament for me. I played very many interesting games. Actually, I can say like every game is very fighting, very interesting in a way. Yeah, I'm truly happy with my performance.
After Sindarov's win, now you also added some win to Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan chess. So I think it's quite nice for your country to have champions everywhere.
Yep. Thank you.
You want to add something, Leiner?
No, just to congratulate Nodirbek again. I mean, it's an amazing performance, and yes, wish you the best for the future.
You still have one more round. Your playing with the white pieces
Against Elianov.
against Elianov. You want to check maybe some other game?
Sure.
Yeah, let's just.
Can do that.
So it seems that Mickey.
Yeah, I think Sam blundered this. Maybe he saw, but maybe he underestimated this. I think this sacrifice. Yeah.
Because we were discussing how the knight is badly placed on G3, and suddenly
after knight F5, he seemed like frustrated with his body language. He was,
Here, Nikita seems to be pushing. Is there any fortress?
Yeah, there is still some technique is required, but objectively should be winning, I guess.
We have Luke who was under pressure, but now something crazy has happened. Hang on. We were following this liner closely, but
C5 was too much.
What was the point? If he takes D4,
if he takes D4 and if rook C5, then there's bishop F1.
This is the key. So he wants, sorry, Queen G1, he was to deflect, and then he wins.
Yes.
So D takes.
ED5.
ED5 was played. Queen H3. Okay.
It's very logical what he did, but it doesn't seem to work so well.
So he thinks that he. What's the key? Takes, and we'll take with the rook. Bishop is hanging, and rook C1, checkmate. This is probably, you cannot take with the rook, right? Takes, and rook C1 is not working. So it should take with the bishop.
It's his current position, right?
It should be, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still not simple
so
for
clear,
white, huh?
It's very unclear.
Rook E4, bishop F5 works, yeah. Rook E5 maybe.
Just chop range. So what will black do in the next moves?
Okay, if I play like rook E1.
You go back.
Yes. What's the idea?
Normal move. Maybe black will need to go back and collect the pawn, huh?
It's still, I think, three-way game. I think it can.
Queen F5 and take on
the. To collect the pawn, yeah.
Very unclear.
And we have, that's it, right? Jones. Here it was crazy, but you see he played the move I mentioned, right?
Bishop E8, yeah. But we discussed this, yeah. Yeah, we didn't reach like a clear conclusion, but I mean the best way for white, but we only saw that the computer didn't like it.
Yep, yeah, we said that it's possible.
No, actually, we discussed bishop E8 without check on F4, I think.
But okay, black has many pieces now around the king. It's not so simple.
Hanging in there, yeah.
No.
What's now the next move of white?
Can I play bishop G6? Oh no, bishop G6, queen H4.
Oh, yeah.
That would be
in bullet.
That would be painful, eh?
Yeah. That would be because you offered everything. You offered everything by one move.
Okay, we can play knight G6, be solid, but it's okay. I mean, it's probably just equal. Yeah,
is there any move now? Just to wait. What is black's next move?
F3?
Let's say F3 or bishop D3 or something.
If G3, you take on F2, right?
Yes, I want to take
F2,
King
E8,
and King D7.
Doesn't look too bad, yeah.
Yeah. 3. Yeah, here also Queen D4 maybe.
Can you take here after bishop D3? I'm thinking about this move, maybe just to have in case something is needed, and to stop B5. Can you collect now?
Probably yes.
F.
Take.
But it doesn't work. Queen H6 and then maybe something.
Bishop B5.
I was thinking, is that an idea?
D8.
But why engine?
But maybe just Queen F6 at the end?
So check.
Maybe.
King D8.
I'm not sure, yes.
Yeah, it can be an issue. So bishop D3, actually, it's a normal move you want to bring. You want to bring a piece. Ah, but he played.
No,
no. It's analysis. It's analysis. So this is a current.
Bishop d3 is
Bishop d3 looks to me like a move. If queen f2 doesn't work, and bishop d4 is bad now.
Bishop d3 if I play king e8.
Same thing, huh?
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop b5
Bishop b5,
and queen f6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So black needs to find a move here. So queen f2, we said that we take on f6, right?
If king f7,
Probably the best move, huh? A little bit strange, but good enough. But what are the next moves? f3 or...
knight g6. No, you take and go king f8, yeah, probably.
Takes and king f8, huh? Engine disagrees.
Bishop h7 at the end because, and I collect the h6 pawn. Okay.
Queen
g5.
Queen g5, I'm thinking.
Yeah, queen g5 should be played.
But not even, what is the next move of black? Let's say if I keep up.
But I can take on d4, no? No, you have queen f6, bishop b5, and knight g6, yeah? Probably, okay.
So what is now the next move? Going back king f8, huh? Maybe.
Okay.
Looks a bit tough.
King f8,
No, but
G3,
white can slowly improve. No, maybe
yeah?
g3 at some point.
G3 is coming, yeah? Maybe queen g5, and you have to play queen g7. I don't know.
Correct.
Like g3, queen g7.
So maybe I can do something else instead of f3 because you will go to g5 anyway, but I don't see anything.
Yes.
Maybe it's objectively.
And the problem of queen g5 instead of king f7.
Can I play bishop e2 here?
No, there's still this queen h4.
Yeah, because now engine says that it's better for white.
I saw
Every move here.
I was trying bishop e2 also. I realized it's the same trick. Why not queen g5 here and queen g7? Queen f6?
Queen f6? Maybe.
Takes, knight c6.
Yeah. Takes, knight c6. Yeah, and here black is fine.
Now
yeah.
queen g5 is coming.
Queen g5.
So is this a current position?
Yeah, I think so.
He's still thinking.
Not clear then what's the best, yeah? Bishop d3 or something else.
So if I turn it on, bishop h7, f3, but queen g5 is coming anyway.
It says bishop h7, yeah?
Okay. Queen f7, and I cannot do anything. Okay, I can come to d3, but you go to queen g7. This is something I don't want to allow. But anyway, so probably you cannot stop this queen coming to g7.
Queen coming to
Yeah,
g7
queen
slowly.
f7, g7, or queen g5, g7, yeah? He plays something.
Okay, but this is something. So if I go this way, just at least to come up with something.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. What did he play? I think he played
We
something.
have a move?
Yeah, I think
Bishop
so.
h7.
Bishop h7. Okay. Queen f7 actually is by far the best move, yeah? Yes. Yeah, I think it's findable.
Yeah.
Because white's threatening knight g6.
After queen f7, do I have any other move? Some exchanges or something?
You have bishop g6, but I go queen g7.
Anyway, queen g7.
Queen g7, yeah. Okay, if I trade the bishops, then my queen is stuck. And black is even better, okay. Okay.
Mishra is just for a second, he's making a move. If he goes queen f7, which I think will happen, then
Yes.
yeah. Okay, thanks Nodirbek for coming, and yeah, good luck in the last round.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Liner, you yourself, you are top or super grandmaster, so maybe you are not so impressed, but I'm very, very impressed with the level of calculation of Nodirbek.
Yeah,
how easily he can go super far.
Machine, yeah.
Yeah, this is really, really impressive. So, Queen F7, I can grasp sometimes some moves, but in terms of like going so far, it's way above my horizon. In this position, I'm also interested to see is White able to keep the game going.
Yeah. He went back to D3, so he doesn't mind the end game. I guess he didn't have much choice.
But maybe that was like a loss of time, huh? Because we figured it out that Queen G5, Queen G7 will come anyway.
Yeah.
So he could have like use it in a better way, but maybe he thinks that there is after Queen G7. Let's see.
Maybe he wasn't able to like figure out the just pros and cons of giving the pawn on D4. And it's reasonably safe here, but yeah,
it seems that this move disturbs a bit black, which is something I haven't figured out myself. Because if you go knight c6, then this taking it's much better for white.
This you don't want as black.
Yeah, so you need to move around.
Probably bishop h7 or something, right?
But now having this extra move would be
f4 g4.
Yeah, would be quite important because it's sort of race. If black starts to moving somewhere with the knight and trying to kick the bishop and push b5, it might be a race. So having g4, f4, or at least one extra tempo.
But maybe it's not so easy for white to make real progress there, no? Because
after
f4,
g4, f4, and then
you play g4 first. Yeah, that's not so easy. Yeah, for black also too.
But at least for us, the game goes on. It's not that.
Yeah. For in practical terms, it's nice to be white. Like you don't worry about this b pawn as long as you have the bishop and then you move forward on the king side. It's up to black to find some kind of defensive mechanism there.
And now I think audience is screaming why he doesn't see Queen G7, but this is not the point. He sees it, but he's trying to dig into that endgame, and maybe it's not so simple. Who knows? He might stay with Queen F4 stuff.
Yeah.
It's not so uncommon in this situation, so don't be too harsh regarding this Queen G7 stuff. For sure, he sees this, but from human point of view, to evaluate some position where you need to wait, it's quite tough. Rather you want to stay active or some chances with the queen. I'm curious. I would say 50-50. Will Queen G7 or Queen F4 happen? Because Queen F4...
Queen F4 would be like the position we were analyzing, but tempo for white. I don't know if it means much. Maybe something. Yeah, Queen F4, probably F3 or something. Yeah.
Because after Queen F4, white needs to find something, and Queen G7 in the end. Okay, so he's playing the best move, but he was considering. That was the thing. He was considering other option. Let's now leave this game because we might see
something going on.
But here they're out of this time trouble zone, so we will come back to this one. It seems that Miki got a winning position, but as I said,
King G3.
It's also possible to misplay it.
Because it's driving Miki crazy. Yeah. Because with the king on F4, it looks so just dominating the knight on H2. Yeah, but why not to push A6? I guess he was worried about knight E2.
Yeah. Some stuff. But let's go to Teodoru, because there it seems that now white is thought.
Now white is completely winning.
But this is not the right position? It is? I'm shocked.
E4. How was it after bishop takes C8? Rook E5. Back to A6, knight D2. He started to go wrong here. H6.
Yeah, he forgot about this G4 option. But what is the key? Why King G8 and now G4 is not working? Queen A6, he deprived himself.
You need to keep the square, yeah?
But this is so tough to realize.
Now he was under pressure here, practically. Yeah, now white is very safe.
Yeah, white can give some air for his king.
Yeah, he took over completely here. G6, yeah.
Totally winning.
Rook H5.
And now I think it's just game over, but let's stay for a moment here. Look, 30 seconds. Many moves are winning. Still, he needs to calculate a bit, so he's checking probably queen f4, bishop f1, and then rook f3. His king goes up, so he needs to calculate this, and he did 20 seconds. Now Teodoro has some time, but it's...
So Teodoro is forced, yeah. Queen f1 and rook f3 is the only way.
Yeah.
King f3.
King will start running somewhere.
Queen d3 check, and the king will run to
f4, e5
or and e5. Yeah. And bishop e2 check doesn't save you. There's mate on d8.
Still thinking a bit how to start, either with bishop f1. Maybe bishop f1 is more to the point to bring the bishop, at least the bishop is there. And then start
rook f3, king
checking
f3.
with the queen.
Queen c3
so will
check.
he play queen f1 or bishop f1 now? This is the main question. As I said, if you are watching game with the engine, then of course it looks that Teodoro completely lost the thread, but it's not so hard because the position was non-standard from move 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
And you are burning a lot of energy to get into this sort of half normal position.
Yeah, I mean, bishop f1 looks a bit more logical than queen f1.
By the way, I see some board signing by Nodirbek. Now, of course, when it's obvious that he is the tournament winner, he will be added to this tournament list winner because I think this is a huge thing. Magnus, I think, had won it this 3 times, 4 times, something like that. Naka as well, London Classic. When you check that list of winners, it's quite impressive. Vichy and some others. You played this tournament?
No, I never played.
But you will play rapid tournament.
I will play this year, yeah, the rapid tournament.
So king will go to g3, and we will see this exchange sacrifice. So after king g3, rook f3, and here it's more about some intuition. And intuition says that there is some open corridor to run, and of course calculation as well.
Yeah, also the bishop and the queen are not the best combination when there are no other pieces. It's hard to really get some harmonious, coordination and create problems. So the king usually just runs some.
And the thing is, this is 14th move, so Luke will now realize that it's just dead over. That lost. I don't believe that here rook f3 played, right? Yeah, but I don't believe that here. I think even Teodoro, after one move, will realize that it's gone. So let's maybe go to Jones Mishra.
And Elianov doesn't have. I mean, there are no big changes, right?
Let's check that one. So he's trying to set up some fortress. Who said he doesn't believe in fortress?
I think it was Carlsen, no?
Carlsen, right? Yeah. And it seems that, here it won't be so easy for white to set up a fortress. And let's just check first game.
Oh, no.
As I said, this is a kind of position where we will see many question marks because it's not so simple to handle in most precise way. It seems now then again Miki is winning.
Is a6 here a move for knight d1 or what does he want? No, knight d1 king f3 is unlikely, yeah.
a6 probably. Yeah, it's a move. I think we should make a break because maybe some guests will start coming and we didn't have, except that first one, we didn't have a break. So we'll come back. We will leave you. We can leave you maybe with this game because here it's very complicated, but not many pieces. You can try dig a bit yourself. So coming back soon. And we are back. Let's check final moments of the game between McShane and Theodorou. Queen d6. Queen d2 played after the sacrifice. And now it's White's turn to run away with the king. King e5.
Yeah, king e5 is the most natural. Queen e2, I guess, is his
Or
hope.
queen e1, queen b4 stuff or something.
But queen e1, there's queen e4 also.
Yeah.
I guess you could play
even queen e4, but
king d6 also. Yeah.
King d6, queen b4, and then some queen e6, king e6 or what?
Maybe now king e6. Queen e1.
And then king d7.
King d7, yeah,
bishop e5 is somewhere.
c7.
Yeah, and there is no check, queen e7. So this is the way how he can...
Yeah, I thought king e5, queen e2 check. So to have queen a6 after king d6. And queen e4 you cannot play, but yeah, here queen a6.
Then... Still lost. King e7.
King e7, queen b7.
King e6.
It's funny, yeah? You go back and then back to e6. It's the point, I guess, is d6, no?
Yeah,
queen a6, d6, yeah.
So queen c8, king...
Back to e5.
Yeah, queen e8.
But then take on d4.
Yeah, take on d4. Yeah.
I think you can even start with king takes d4 after queen e2. But yeah, probably many ways to win here.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, Luke is just checking the possibilities, but it's obvious that it's game over. Very tough game, and I would say like quite a competitive one. Who makes some mistake at the critical point loses. Miki at the same time is here any detail to take an eye on.
Yeah, it just looks, it's a knights, black knights look so, you know, so bad on c1 and d1.
Which motive can exist that this game is not immediately over?
Yeah, I guess you would need to stop a7, but it's not even possible. Yeah, I mean, after rook a8,
check maybe. Oh, rook a8. I was thinking. Rook
yeah,
a7.
but even rook I mean, many moves probably win, but even rook b7 and slowly a7 next move, rook b8 like this, I think wins. So only chances to give some checks, I guess.
Rook b7.
It's actually
93 probably.
93.
Some cheapos. So here after rook b6, okay, you're not in a hurry.
So maybe then that's the way to at least keep it going, no, for a while.
98, 96, 97, but then you will have some checks. If I go this way,
93.
93, 97.
No, but there's rook a7 and rook b7, then take, and 95, 96. Or... Yeah, it's also tempting to go after the knights, yeah, with rook b1, but rook b1, maybe rook f8 check, no?
Ah, that's also wins.
This is winning, yeah. Rook f8 and just away from the checks, but there's always a check. But it doesn't matter.
Here, probably. Or not.
93, yeah. Maybe,
so
maybe king g3,
then 92. Maybe we should go... g2, but... a bit away, but
93 and
yeah, now some strange concept, probably. Yeah, something crazy now, some king h1, but this is...
because the point is that now you're threatening the knight and also a7.
Yeah.
If rook f1, then king h2. Yeah, and then the a7 is unstoppable.
Okay, so...
But this is not completely simple.
Yes, yes, so... In this position,
the problem is that rook a8 is such a sad move, but might be the only, because if you go rook f8 check first, then I think just king e4. No? Probably other ways too, but then king e5 and
yeah, it looks like just totally winning. So rook. He gave check on f8, or no?
And king e4 was played, or?
Yeah, rook is on f8, king e4. Now looks
a
little bit easier for white in terms of calculating. When you need to go backwards, it's not so simple for humor.
Yeah.
When it's forward.
If knight c3, king e5 wins, but king e3 might be even more simple, not just to keep dominating this knight on c1. You have king d2 just in case. And I think now he might have to play rook
a8 anyway. But then he lost this motif of knight d3. Okay,
this
maybe.
rook b7, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. There is no knight d3 because king takes. What do you think? Playing that super exhausting World Cup didn't help Sam?
Yeah, well, it's...
What was your best performance?
Him and Nodirbek are kind of the two opposites,
Yeah, Nodirbek lost his match. I'm trying to recall against whom.
Against Jose Martinez, Alcantara. I think it was second round or maybe third round.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Jospe Mea won that game.
He still
match.
He was full of energy still. But yeah, for somebody like Sam, then you play many tough matches and all this,
almost a month.
And then immediately come here, of course,
Now I think that he's losing a little bit energy. To play this kind of game, it's not about understanding only and being precise. It's also about energy. How to play. What was your best result at the World Cups?
I think it was quarterfinals. I got 2 times. One, not the first time I played the World Cup, but long time ago in 2004. I lost to Radjavov in quarterfinals. By the way, Migi was also there. Migi lost to Kasim Shanov, I believe. Then again in 2023, 2 years ago, I also reached the fifth round, the quarterfinals, and lost to Caruana. Those were the.
Especially who ended up at semi-final. Magnus won, right?
Yeah, Magnus versus Abasov was playing Caruana, and Magnus played somebody else in semi-finals, and then he won the final. Yeah.
Sure. So, Rook E8 check was played.
Yeah, I guess for white, some type of blunder is the only thing that could save Sam. Kind of like blunder in this knight takes d3 that we were discussing before, or something like that. But I think, he has enough time to make sure that there are no tricks working.
By the way, I remember Abdusattorov against Kum was that calculation. This is typical. It works somewhere in background.
Who was it?
I think it was Jordan Farfarest.
It could be. Yes, exactly.
Yes. It's working somewhere. So we will also remember who played against
the
Carlsen in the final.
The semi-final.
Somewhere. It's somewhere. Yeah. Okay. So Rook E8. Let's leave this position. Let's check after King E5. Let's go to McShane versus Theodorou. Is body language of both showing that the game is over? Yeah, Luke is not there. By the way, Luke's tournament is not bad at all, if I'm not mistaken.
He was -1 before this, so back to 50%.
But there was this funny comment. We were chatting in a break with Malcolm Payne, Liner, and me, and then there was this funny comment that it might be chess day of England, right?
Yes.
So if Mickey wins, Luke, then we have Nikita
and Gawain.
Okay, Gawain the smallest chances, but it's quite a good day for.
Would be four out of 4.
Yeah. So let's check. Is something going on in Gawain versus Mishra? Okay, you also have yourself quite a good technique. You can maybe evaluate better than engine how big are chances in terms of practical play that white keeps up with pressure.
Feels like objectively of course should be draw, but only white can try for the moment, but
is there any scenario that white goes slowly, the moves around? What can be like a way? Is it the queen side or is it?
Yeah, I thought about this h5 before when we were discussing before the break, just to stop, because it gives away some squares, but at the same time prevents g4 and takes some space, which is important anyway in endgames. And maybe this was the solution, because if white would be able to get this g4, f4 we said, then maybe unpleasant because f5 was coming, but here, I don't know, maybe even some bishop endgame, like if I go knight h4, I could get some suks1 later, pawns on h5, pawns on e6.
Yeah, all the like square pawns. That can be scenario. I was thinking, is it the idea to reroute knight somewhere? But as you're now saying, he's calculating knight h4, because for human to calculate that endgame, either it's a draw or you're lost, so it's not so simple. It's not that you will be slightly worse in some bishop endgame.
It's all or nothing, So knight h4 makes sense, because if you go somewhere else with the knight, maybe king g5 comes,
Okay, if black now goes knight a7, then knight h4 is coming, right? So how do you wait?
But how do we make progress? Like after, let's say, knight e7, knight h4, let's say king g5.
Okay. You can wait with bishop g8.
F4.
F4, okay.
King h6, like this position, for example.
And I start now my tour.
King f2,
Yeah, I'm going here.
So if knight g6, this endgame is so bad.
Maybe it's not. So is it g3 or to take? Probably g3 is not the best, but who knows?
Yeah, hard.
It can also be a move, but
yeah, no, it is a move for sure. But it feels like it should be a draw, right? Takes, bishop g6.
King starts going.
Bishop. Yeah, bishop f5.
Okay.
And maybe bishop g4.
We push no. Bishop g4.
Yeah, but
okay, but I can start with bishop e8 if it's necessary.
Actually, bishop g4, it's losing. Yeah, there is some danger here. Bishop g4, probably bishop d3, you know.
Or bishop e8.
Or bishop e8.
Yeah, and then bishop e8 is not your right. Bishop d3, a better move.
And king goes. Yeah. So what's?
Is it the moment that king comes?
King g7.
But looks a little bit. Okay, I can start with queen g. No, I cannot start. Bishop e4 if I go. Also,
king c3, king g6.
I cannot come because you collect probably this one.
Well, you could no and play king f5, but maybe I can control it anyway before going king c3.
Just don't tell me there is some subtle way now, like engine stuff, that bishop h3 is better than bishop g4.
But yeah, here apparently you have to be precise with black, no? It isn't so easy. Yeah, I thought it was easier, but maybe it's not so simple.
Is it important?
King g7, maybe king g7, right?
And then to have after check.
Because bishop e8, then there's bishop g6, and then
And if you go, then you are on time.
Maybe I'm in time to get to somewhere else. No, this loses, yeah.
No, then I'm questioning this evaluation. This looks. Now you go what? Bishop.
What does he want?
g4. No, I don't believe in this because now king b4. This is lost. Maybe.
King f7?
Yeah, I was thinking.
B4.
I don't get it.
Looks quite bad, no?
Yeah. So let's see. So he played b6. Bishop a4. And it seems that it's not simple at all. So what's the story behind? Knight e7, knight h4 probably. Okay, he can also go king f4 a bit.
King f4, knight g6, king e3 maybe.
Yeah. It's interesting like in top level chess, but okay, not just in top level, but let's say grandmaster chess. So position was like interesting opening, then a complete mess, and one profile of the position, and you are giving your best, and suddenly you need to dig about completely different profiles. Some small nuances and small endgames. You are like super sharp, tactical, and suddenly it's more about understanding correspondence squares.
Yeah.
It's so tough to adjust.
To adjust, yes. And it takes so much energy, yeah. That's why it's so important to have the energy. Yeah, I play king f4. Makes sense after the knight goes.
I would say that there are reasonable chances to lose this game because you can hold.
Quite annoying for black. And king e3, and now I have the option of playing g3 maybe, and knight h4.
Some counterplay with h4.
Yeah, h4.
And then
you have to deal with bishop c2. I don't know if you can give this pawn b5, take on g6, bishop takes, knight h4. The king is quite close on e3, so.
Yeah, now there is no clear way for black. He needs to have a feeling where to go.
Yeah, it's down on time too. So, yeah, these decisions are not easy. Yeah? You want to push h4 or...
Yes, because once you
allow g3.
Once you push it, it's over. If you don't push it and your opponent plays g3, then you say why.
Yeah, it takes time, and it's hard to say this position if it's. I mean, if giving this pawn like after h4, bishop c2, b5. I don't have to go bishop c2, but anyway, this, yeah, take, knight h4. And like bishop h7 or something, or e4, yeah. But the king is too close.
Yeah. You need to give the... So you can go king h5, I was thinking about that.
Yeah, king h5 possible, yeah.
And now also tough decision for white. Do you wait a bit more, or with bishop d3, or you take immediately? Taking on g6 shouldn't be good now, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so you wait.
Yeah, maybe king h5 is just an easy solution, yeah. Bishop e8 or
bishop
something.
e8. Now I believe it's a draw, so king h5 is a... So here, after h4, which was just played...
He did play h4.
Yeah. Okay, you can combine some ideas with bishop d1, but I don't see that you're getting anywhere. Is it the time to reroute the knight, but then this one?
Yeah, maybe something like bishop c2, king h5,
bishop
d3, bishop e8, and knight somewhere, but b5 even.
Good question, really good question. Because now black will just do those two moves. If I go bishop d7, he will always play king h5.
Yeah, and if you move the knight, then king g5.
Yeah.
No, maybe this is just the way, just precise way to defend, yeah. Or the more, yeah, the most active, not
I
to...
think we have a move. Ah, he didn't play, sorry, my bad. He didn't play h4.
Oh. Yeah, this I like less, because now it's knight h4. We can get something very similar to what we were discussing. Knight h4, g3, allowing taking on h4.
Bishop d7 just been played.
Maybe he was worried about knight c8, knight a7, and b5. Wants to completely dominate the knight.
Okay, this game will take some time. Here.
Yeah, he took on d4.
Came back.
Queen e2. But after king d4, where are the checks exactly? Ah, king, queen d3, and queen b5.
So he didn't want to enter this king d6, king e7 stuff, or he did? How this happened? No.
No, he didn't.
He took immediately?
Took on d4 first, yeah.
So he can go to e5. No, he's already on e5. Queen e2, king d6, this is what we were discussing.
And king e6, yeah, the maneuver, yeah.
Yeah, queen b7, king e6. Yeah, he will go for it. He's just rechecking. I don't believe that this won't happen. Clock situation, 11 minutes, enough to navigate. Pavel, let's a little bit discuss this position. But this looks...
Is it a fortress? Or... It isn't, yeah. g5 is coming.
Yeah, and the problem is... but g5... Yeah, the problem is at some point white wants to sack here, but then the against g pawn it's not enough. Against h pawn would be enough even with without e pawn. But g pawn will be a problem. He will never avoid that g pawn happens, which I think... Because even after g5, rook f6, at some point black will push and then take with the king, or take with the king immediately. So how do you defend here?
It's black to move now, right?
Yeah, black to move. So g5.
What's the idea after g5? I guess you take, or...
Yeah, takes. You
take
and
rook
f.
g4. Oh, take and rook g4 maybe, and then f3.
I saw this. I saw this, but I was not thinking that this is something.
Still not like queen...
d5, king g6, or...
I just wanted to force white to play f3, but queen d1. You can go back to e4 maybe, and then because if you go f3, then it's check, king g3, queen f1, something like this should win, no?
But rook e4, g4, knight d5, queen d5, f3, and queen d2.
Wait, rook e4,
g4.
G4.
Knight
but g4, I go back to f4.
King
h4.
h4, you go knight, you cannot go knight e5. You can, you have knight f3 check, but then you are pinned, king h5.
Yeah. The problem with playing f3 is that then there are no fortresses anymore. Like even if you give the knight or whatever, it's keeping the pawn on f2. But I don't know if you can. Maybe go in rook e4. Rook e4, g4.
Rook e4 now, queen d5.
Yeah, you have to play anyway f3. No?
So g5.
I think g5 you will have to play anyway, right? It's another way to like. But maybe you can prepare it better. Some queen d5 check first. King h2 maybe. Queen d5, king h2, g5.
Let's just, so g5 takes rook g4. You mentioned queen d1. Let's try to see, is there anything behind the curtains here? So we mentioned rook e4, but this just, okay, and that position, and then f3. So.
But he says there was something stronger than
g4. No,
maybe g4.
G4 I mentioned. Yes, that was my move. But this also says that
this is not winning.
Probably something.
Oh, check
rook e5, rook
c5.
c5. Yeah. So I need to do something precisely. Queen d3. You go back to g4.
Back, yeah.
So hang on, maybe. What will white play?
Oh, queen c2. Queen c2.
And now there is no rook g4 because you can take.
And if king f3, there's g4.
G4, queen d1, yeah.
So you have to play knight d6, but that looks already not great, yeah. Queen d3. Queen d3 wins.
And there is no knight f5 because it's with the check. So why he's hesitating? Okay, he's calculating everything.
Maybe you have to check, like after he puts the rook on g4, if white goes f3, how exactly you win? Because that could be also like.
So g5 takes this. You mentioned queen d1 and f3.
Something like this, yeah. I thought initially that queen e2, queen f1, which is probably the only way to make progress, right?
But looks very.
But looks enough, no? But because check, I have king h3 still. Maybe rook e4.
Queen goes to f2.
And f2, yeah.
This is typical how they win this position. But
knight e5.
Knight e5, and now some
e4.
c4, but still.
Rook c4, queen e3, rook e4 back. No? Yeah, this might look like a fortress to them in the real game. Or at least, will make you think. It's probably
now
some Sux one, no?
Yeah, now if it's white on the move.
It's losing, yeah. It's some Sux one, no? There's a queen f1, king g3, queen g1, and queen f2,
yeah. So nice. But as I said, for them, during the game, it's quite... But here, there is a solution. Or?
After queen f1, maybe king h2, but there should be a way to...
Yes. Yeah, but I understand also black, that he doesn't want to define immediately. So we are in this position. He can move a bit around because this rook has only one place.
Yeah.
And this pawn is restricting. Thinking about some dreaming of maybe transferring the king even somewhere, but
yeah, white cannot really improve much more his position. I think it's.
So if I go queen, this was the position. If I go queen d1,
yeah,
you give check and then you go no.
King h2 maybe. But then g5. No. King h2, yeah, loses to g5.
So maybe here there is something smart. Again, taking the c5 pawn. Is this an option?
And rook c5.
Yeah, and here
maybe
nothing happens. So that's what they're calculating. Okay, they will spend some time in that case.
Oh, queen e4. Really? Wow.
Oh, that's nice.
Given a rook with check, that's...
Oh, that's nice. Check, king d6, queen h2, and then king...
Oh, maybe f4, no?
F4 even nice. Very nice.
Probably other moves too, but... Queen e4.
Sacking a rook, huh? Can we get the camera of that game? Let's see how McShane is happy. By the way, Nikita didn't play.
Didn't play g5?
Yeah.
Queen
let's
d5.
get the camera on
Queen d5
Luke.
and f3 anyway.
Yeah, let's get the camera on Luke McShane versus Teodoru, because I believe that he's very happy. Okay, we have some issues, so we can stay here. Yeah, now we got it.
Oh, he didn't take the rook. But
yeah, he didn't take the rook. So let's stay with this view. I believe that you will understand what's going on. To have a little bit better feeling. Is it possible to forget that your opponent is threatening mate e1? Probably not. Rook f5. So he took on h2, and now king goes.
e6.
King e6, bishop h3. They will play a little bit more.
Yeah. So many moves. Rook f4 also. Probably everything wins.
Yeah, probably everything wins, yeah. Queen f4, whatever, yeah. Probably even queen e6. King e6, bishop h3, even that position.
Yeah, that's surely also winning. D6, takes, queen takes.
Yeah. One check. Queen e5.
Queen e3, queen e5.
Yeah, king goes to e7, e8. Let's bring the board back just to show you what we were discussing.
Rook f4 is also nice, like no
and
checks.
King d4.
Yeah, also winning. Yeah, maybe this one is even more.
Yeah, it's quite enjoyable when you have that kind of position.
Thing is,
Yeah,
considering
because, yeah, you know that you're winning. We all know. And even, yeah, Nicolas knows.
Nicolas is considering, I think, resigning.
Yeah, it's not just about the opening, right? They're putting this strong emphasis, viewers and people, how chess is tough on a higher level. But even in a top level, it's not just about the opening. Of course, you are sometimes depressed how to get a tiny advantage out of the opening. But when the game starts to develop a bit, there are a lot of things
happening, and like ups and
here,
downs.
it's not just
there's
people
plenty,
yeah,
plenty of chances.
Yes,
to,
for both
plenty
sides.
Of room also.
Yeah,
to,
mistakes and so on. It's so, of course, you can say that chess that. Sometimes some players are complaining it's hard to get the advantage, but if the game develops, you really see how far and how tough it is to play an ideal game if the game is complex from the move 6th or 7th.
Yeah,
and it's quite enjoyable to follow it. But it doesn't mean that those players they are weak or something. It's not that the thing. It's so hard to handle to play on computer level, which is 3700, right?
Yeah.
To me, looks like a very hard game, and many people would go wrong. But the point is how hard is to play for like 4 hours to be precise. Yeah, it's not so simple. Because you develop a lot of energy to get a game, or to outplay opponent, or to put some problems in front of him. Yeah, we'll have them in the studio. So let's check another game. Let's see. It seems that Nikita.
Yeah, Leonov is apparently very confident in this f3 rook g4 setup.
He played it himself.
Yeah, at least there's no worry about the knight anymore. The knight will be there forever because you can play rook g4, and if f5. Rook back to f4, and then there's no way to just get the rook out of f4.
But maybe we will get now this Zugzwang we were mentioning without g5 necessity. So let's say
queen d1 or something.
Yeah. So maybe black got it for free without provoking.
Rook g4.
Yeah. So he starts, let's say, with queen d5. You go rook g4, check.
King g3, right?
King g3, yep.
Queen f1.
Queen f1, you cannot take because of pg7, and this one is hanging.
Rook back to e4.
Yeah, now this check.
Or maybe to f4, I don't know.
Okay.
Let's say to e4.
This is that position we were discussing, yeah? But now I have even extra stuff.
Yeah, but g5 might be very strong also.
Yeah, if I play now this, I don't know, is it useful or not, but I can get an extra move, which was not the case before.
Yeah, it's completely losing,
f5.
Wow, f5.
Wow, yeah. Forgetting about g5.
Different approach.
But taking some squares.
Probably winning also, no? Because some Zugzwang will come,
So, let's say king f2. Queen d. No, I cannot immediately, so I need to go g6, right? G6,
Yeah, I guess you could go to e2 here.
So I shouldn't allow this. So queen d3, let's start with that. Engine condemns my approach, but then what is the best move? I don't see anything wrong with this, by the way.
If g6, is king e2 good after g6? Or?
It seems so. Yes.
So g6 is definitely not good.
Yeah, so he needs to stop this. But if I go queen d4, rook f5,
take
queen h4, is this?
Probably also winning, but not so easy.
Probably this is not necessary. No, I wouldn't go for that. Let's stick to queen d3. Yeah, and we will be in our position. So if he waits,
g6 now. All kinds of Zugzwangs, no? King f2, queen d1. Probably, Check and king g1, I mean, queen g1. Yeah, now the Sukh one is even more. Because, yeah, this f5 takes away all the squares from the rook.
Well played by Nikita. Yeah. Very well played. Let's see what's going on in Adam's game.
Sam is still fighting. Oh, the d-pawn got to this 7. I thought it was the a-pawn, the killer.
This is crazy. It looks like black is white.
Yeah. Look at this. This
is fabulous.
Knight c2, knight c1 back. Yeah, knight c4, king d4, yeah.
And yeah, now I think rook e8 is unstoppable.
Knight a5.
But you can go knight a5.
Rook e8 wins anyway. Ah, no, it doesn't. Knight c6.
6. Is this a move?
Rook a6 is very nasty, yeah.
But it's not working. Knight b4, yeah, always small tactics. In blitz, who knows what will happen here. So what is the best move? Maybe
rook d6 is
maybe just move the king.
Yeah.
And then rook e8 is coming next move. So king, I don't know. Like
if king d5, knight c3, it's a bit.
King e3, if I go?
King e3 maybe.
Yeah. And then next move probably is unstoppable.
Not such an easy move, but yeah. But if Miki played a7, always saw. Also knight e3, knight c4, king d5 is maybe easier, no? Yeah, no, king d4 doesn't make, just play king d5 after knight c4. And how is Mishra doing?
Okay. Alive and kicking, what to say, it's really... It's very hard to do, but it seems that...
Bishop g6, knight
yeah,
f4.
bishop g6 is coming, yeah, but then...
I guess knight f4 is the plan, no?
He wants to play knight's endgame. We were mentioning bishop's endgame, but this is different approach.
Yeah, I think this one will go to the last time control. And bishop d3 was a mistake according to the engine, yeah. There was some better way here. Bishop was on b5.
He didn't want to go for it.
This is the endgame we were...
He didn't want to do it.
Play knight g2, yeah?
But why not? King g5 will be played. So he went for knight g2.
And bishop d3. He had a better move here. Yeah? Knight f4.
But I'm not sure. Knight f4? Yeah, maybe. Knight f5 or...
King d3. h4.
King g5 after g4.
You can also go king g5 here. And if bishop d7, knight g7. Or even h4.
So here was probably engine will say that it's best to come back. Yes.
Knight h4. Correct your mistake.
Yes. But for human, you want to keep up with some steps. So, what to conclude? The last moments, we have this position.
Knight b4. Yeah, still some hope of...
He wants to go after rook e8.
Rook E8, knight C6.
Knight C6, and then take on A7,
no?
if it works.
But it's loosey, no?
And to take how? To take...
No, yeah, it's gone, yeah.
Yeah,
King
King
C6.
C6.
What's the intention after Rook E8 then?
I don't know.
Let's just win it. Yeah.
Nice.
Rook H7 first.
Rook A7. Uh-huh. That's possible. Rook F8
Rook
check, and
Rook
then we
F8,
play
King
this.
G6, Rook F6,
Yeah.
and then the 8.
This is what can happen.
Yeah, maybe this will be the final moves.
King D4. Mickey is not interesting.
Mickey is very solid. Yeah, this is also
He's
like
not interesting in anything adventurous. Luke won the game. Maybe we'll get him here. Nikita is
about to win.
yeah winning, and Gawain will play. Yeah, if Luke will come, we can do some short analysis here. King D4.
Yeah, just the knights couldn't do much. King C3 now.
Ten minutes on the clock. 3 minutes for Mickey. Enough, more than enough. We should probably stick to this game. King G5 just played. Mishra is on 3 minutes. And Jones has enough time, but it's not about probably about time, it's about creating something. H4 is a threat.
I think
after
so.
F3 or not?
Maybe after F3 not, but knight H3, yeah.
Yeah. So after F3, then maybe knight F5. And might be a little bit different, but I'm not sure. I take and then move the knight to E2.
Bishop F5, King F5, knight E2, something like that.
Something like that, or knight G2, something like that.
But even there, yeah, it's hard to. You stay King G5.
Yeah, and wait.
Yeah.
Having H4
if you
always.
get too far, then I can just enter with the bishop and.
So regarding standings, Abdusattorov 7 out of 8 looks really great. Firouzja's 5 out of 8 doesn't look bad at all.
Luke jumped to third place.
With 4 points. So we can, Nikita will overtake him with 4.5. Quite a good result for Nikita, but he was going for that. He was trying, which shows that he deserves it. Then, so Luke is now on 4. Then Nikita will come to 4.5. Mickey on 4 as well. 50%. Very good. Solid result for Mickey. In that age, to fight with youngsters. Big kudos to him. Mishra, I'm not sure, you know better than me about his previous experience in some round robins. So he was playing US Championship?
Yeah, he didn't do well in the last 2 US Championships. He was having a hard time. I think he was playing much better in general. Like every time when he was coming, he's been playing well, but then things don't really go his way. But then other than that, I don't remember. I mean, he played Bill, I think, last year. Don't remember especially what his result was, but
because I know that he played some open tournaments. Okay, Grand Swiss, right?
Yes,
he played Grand Swiss quite well. Or how was it? Or I'm not.
Yeah, I think he was very solid. He in theory had a chance until the last round or the last 2 rounds to make it to the candidates. He had to win
I'm trying to recall.
To beat it with black or something like that. I don't remember, but I know he was on this
margin
unbeaten streak. Also, he didn't lose a game. Finally lost in the U.S. Championship, but didn't lose in the Grand Swiss. So I think it was like +2 maybe or +3 or something like that.
Which is
good. Yeah.
Yeah, really good. So. Final moments in Adam's game. Knight b7 by Mickey. Oh, what's the story behind? Not a big story. d8 is coming. After, it's obvious that when knight is on a2 that there nothing won't happen. If
d8,
you go,
Rook a7.
if you take promotes, and then this pawn is unstoppable.
Yeah, I think
we can go full screen, but it seems that Sam is sitting there in despair.
Resignation time.
Yeah, it's not about current position. Now he's thinking more about what should have he done before.
Yeah, I think it was a good game by Miki. Yeah, he didn't have any problems at all. Was always like slightly pressing, and then he found this knight f5.
Knight f5 was after knight f5. It was one-sided, and then
he played quite well after all this. The position was, sometimes not easy to understand completely, and kind of kept his advantage.
Opening was fine, although you said that you prefer white. But later, after knight f5, and as I said, when player like Miki can start dealing with details, it's not something where you can think that you're playing 27
like this, and so why he's not still 27,
exactly,
50,
exactly. But the point is, you can maybe, since you are E4, E5 player, you will recall Miki's game versus Fressinet, the European Team Championship, this Rui Lopez, 8-3, something like that, bishop, knight c3, bishop d2, something like that, and he was just crushed in 20 moves without any compensation, and Fress was laughing, we were joking, that he's playing against Miki for 20 years, and not that he was ever winning against him. He was not close to get an advantage. And now he got it like for free. It was like really, Malcolm was there in Batumi, so he recalls that game of Miki versus Fress. It was quite disappointing to see that he can lose that way. But now how he plays today, it seems that he's back cold.
Well, this was the old Mickey Adams, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the other mic. There we go. Yeah, this was the old Mickey. I mean, very smooth.
So
very, very smooth. And I've got a little bit of information for you. Very strange coincidence. But 3 people went to watch Arsenal yesterday.
Oh, and
Nicholas, Sam, and Pavel. It could be the curse of Arsenal.
But if they...
I mean, how's Pavel doing? Is he going to save that? He will lose. Look pretty bad.
He will lose.
He will lose, So it could be that they're going to score 0 out of 3, which, serves them jolly well right for not going to watch a proper football team like Liverpool, really. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
that was a bit rude.
You needed to say it.
It is a bit strange. 0 out of 3 going to watch the football. I mean, that's just crazy.
And how did you get this info?
Well, I bought them the tickets.
So you were the guilty one. Oh, okay. Guys, if you're taking presents from Malcolm, it's fine.
Never take anything. Never take any gifts from me.
So, by the way, what was the result of the game?
Arsenal won. Arsenal are the better team. I mean, Arsenal are going to win the league this season. They're by far the best team. It doesn't give me any pleasure to say it, but it's just true.
So you are a Liverpool fan. Do you know some chess players there are also?
I mean, I said this on TalkSport Radio a couple of weeks before the tournament that last season Liverpool were the best team, and they've been a very, very strong team for a few seasons, whereas Arsenal struggled a little bit. And Liverpool have lost 4 chess players from their team.
Really?
Yeah, Alexander Arnold, Ben Woodburn, Jordan Henderson, James Milner have all left the team.
Okay.
Whereas Arsenal have acquired 2 chess players. So Martin Zubimendi and, of course, Eberechi Eze. So you see, Arsenal are getting chess players becoming stronger. Liverpool are losing chess players and collapsing. I mean, there's an obvious moral here. Right?
I support this thinking. I think we will prepare the setup for...
We've got Mickey here.
Yeah. Mickey has scored a very nice victory. So
I'll leave you to do the analysis with Mickey.
Yeah,
okay.
Let's do it. Thanks, Malcolm. And we are back. Michael, congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
It was a very interesting game. Liner and me, we were discussing a lot of possibilities. So he started as Sicilian, but it was sort of English structure.
Yeah, I thought he would play for a win, and he did, yeah. But it's kind of an interesting line, particularly if both sides want to play, because the position we got is quite complicated, lots of pieces and lots of possibilities.
You want to add something in terms of opening, anything specific till you reach that structure, which was quite interesting.
Well, I think I lost with all the other lines against knight d7, so now I have to play bishop e2.
Yeah, we were commentating this famous game, Swidler versus Kasparov, when Kasparov was saying that if we need to start analyzing bishop e2, then chess is over, but now bishop e2.
We can do
Same idea, yeah. Lose the tempo.
Okay. So everything normal, and then came this 91 stuff.
Yeah, I think this is... The way I played, I think, is not so common, because normally they're playing f4, bishop f3 first, and they don't always play c4. I don't know, well, maybe I'm not, of course, maybe I'm not up to date, but I think this is a little bit unusual, the way that I played it, to put the knight to c2. Maybe it's not so bad. I mean, I think I was supposed to do it somehow, so the bishop should have been on e7, but it's not clear which is better, actually.
Liner, if you want to add something, just feel free.
Yeah, no, I just remember that there's a line where white goes f4, but I think the pawn is on c2, right? This line where I don't remember if a4 is included, but white goes f4, bishop f3, and knight on c3 with the pawn on c2. But the combination of c4 and pawn on f4, it is a bit unusual. Yeah.
Yeah, white can start with a4 also, but I think he played b6 possibly a bit earlier. I don't know. I'm a bit confused. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We just got some position.
You can go a4 and then knight e1.
I mean, there's lots of transpositions. I don't know if I needed to play a4, but I was a bit worried he might play b5 at some moment. So in the end, I played it anyway. But to bring the knight to c6 is a very standard plan for black, I think, because otherwise the knights are a bit stuck. So this wasn't a big surprise for me.
Bishop f3 normal, castles, rook b1. Seems everything on, but now you came with this plan, which was very interesting.
Yeah, I actually knew this idea to put the bishop to c3. Of course, it was not mine; it's a computer idea. But I knew actually it's quite tricky, because also when the computer suggested, I thought, of course, that white wants to play b4, and maybe he was thinking the same. But of course, then he gets the c5 square for the knight. This pawn on a4.
It's very important that this pawn is on b6, that it's not protected, and the whole concept of your game was in the end connected with this b file. Taking is necessary, or
well, for me, I thought it was a bit strange, because I was happy to cover c3 and c4 and d4 and b4, and also my rook on b1 was now a bit active. So
yeah, it's a bit.
I thought he might maybe play f5 immediately, or some other move, maybe. I wasn't completely sure.
Okay, so he went for this position.
Probably what he did was okay, though. I mean, knight g3 maybe wasn't good. I don't know.
Yeah, we were discussing.
Maybe I should take on f5 immediately.
Mhm.
But I thought if he took back with the e-pawn, I wasn't so sure it was.
The right way, huh? So you play this knight g3, takes, queen f3, maybe an important move. You see those arrows because we were discussing that you might end up with lousy knight on g3, but it became a hero, Desperado.
Yeah, I mean, I knew there was this rook f7, knight f5 idea. I wasn't sure about it. Because otherwise rook f7 is quite strong. I mean, okay, black could also play like rook b8. That's probably also okay. But at least then I can take and double on the b file. But still, the knight on g3 is quite passive. But maybe it just has to come back to f1. And maybe I hope to change it one day. But
we were discussing this, Liner, that it's an issue, but not
rook
maybe
f7,
a big one.
I mean, taking on f5 is really the only idea after rook f7. But I'm not sure if he saw it.
But also we were commentating that it's not simple at all. For example, here when you played, what was the case, Liner? We were discussing.
Rook b6, yeah.
Okay, first we sort of figured out that d5 might be a move, but we were not sure that somehow he gets into the game in some way. You were expecting knight g4 was your main.
I was looking at knight g4 and knight d7 mainly. I have to admit, I didn't think about d5 very much.
Okay, so knight g4, and then came these things that you need to calculate, this rook e2 stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, rook e1 and rook e2.
Yeah.
Probably
rook
I have
E1
this h3, knight d3, rook f3 maybe?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Yeah, so this, I mean, I don't know. I kind of saw it. I saw some things as we went along. I mean, in general, okay, if I thought if I'm not worse, I can do this because I'm not better anyway if I don't play knight takes f5. So as long as I wasn't losing, I was happy to give up the piece.
Yeah, that was nice. Rook f4 we expected a bit, but now it's becoming super complicated. It's not easy to navigate.
No, but if I have three good pawns, I mean, this a pawn is so strong, I shouldn't be in danger at least.
So how far was you knew in the evaluation, but how far was to calculate? Because he was jumping with those knights, we were sort of laughing. Some stage they went to the first rank, then to a file. But you had everything under control.
I don't know. I saw most of his moves, so I guess that was a relatively good sign. I mean, actually, later on, I found it quite difficult when I had the feeling I must be winning after the time control. Somehow he kept on checking me everywhere, and it was very hard to know where to put the king. It was very annoying, but I had the feeling by then I should be winning, but it was not so simple.
What was the move, Liner? What was the position we were like chatting? What was it, this one or some other, that when you don't know the evaluation and you come, it looks sort of complicated.
Yeah, I think it was around here, yes. That we felt that so black should be able to hold in general, but yeah, it was clearly white. It was, how we know the fun here.
Yeah. Any point where you think that he could have gone?
Well, check. I mean, he could also go king e2, rook b1. I was thinking a bit about that, but what he did was quite logical. Rook b1, and then I go a5, I guess. But this check looked quite sensible.
Yeah, it's crazy that it's still complicated with
94.
Knight e4 I have to play, I think, to try and keep a bit of control. Rook g1 is not good, okay, because I thought it was a good move, of course. I have no idea what he should play. I was expecting this because I thought this knight c1 looks very logical. Just give this check, but taking on c5.
Yeah, slowly he got into wrong direction, but it's not simple at all because this looks really scary.
By now it looks difficult because the pawn is so close to queening that I think his rook has to go passive and then should be winning. Also, knight on c1 is not very active.
King g3, we were also commenting, it's not easy to go backwards, but yeah, you did it.
Apparently it's not a good move. I was quite happy with it. I really wanted to try and keep his knights contained.
Down. Yeah. So you went down even more. This
But
looks
somehow now I thought, okay, I mean, there's both the knights on the edge, but should be very easy, but still I couldn't see. But I think it's safer to go to the center because there's less chance of...
what was the here we were discussing if he goes passive, right? Because you cannot, was it this position?
Yeah,
you cannot go rook b7 because of knight d3.
Yeah.
So
Rook b1 was the line I think we were
maybe
discussing.
rook b1. I mean,
Yeah,
actually, d4 is normally not a bad move.
Yeah,
and then
d4, d4,
and maybe
d4, yeah.
rook b7 next.
d4 probably. But
Yeah.
That's quite safe.
yeah, so he gave you check.
That was kind of like what happened in the game, actually.
Yeah.
This d4 was a good move. Otherwise, you'd get tricky. After d4, I thought, I'm probably winning. Because now the d pawn is going to d7, and then I have 2 pawns, and it's hard to believe I'm not winning then.
Have something happened here? Anything that you spotted that you might go wrong? That there is some kind of defense out of the blue or something? No.
I mean, I was seeing some ghosts, but I think nothing too serious.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a couple more moves. He gave check. Yeah, that was a decent move. King f7. Because I have to be a bit careful with rook e8. Now the knight might get back to b6 or something. And there was a funny line, because I think he went like knight b4, king d4. There was a funny line, he can go knight ec2 check, king c3, rook takes a7, d8 queen, rook a3
Knight b3
check.
or what?
Well, knight b3, he can actually play king takes e6.
Oh.
In fact, maybe I can go king b2. I don't think I realized I could go king b2.
And king b3, yeah?
Well, king b3 is perpetual, but maybe king c1. I could do.
Yes, king c1. Yeah.
But actually, I was intending to avoid it all and go king e4 at the start of this variation. After knight c2, I thought king e4 is actually quite simple, and then there are no checks. Rook e8 is coming.
So,
but okay, by now I was more or less kind of.
So he played knight e5, king c3.
Yeah, but now it looks a bit desperate somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, we were like praising how you fight 50%. Not bad. It could be better, but it could be worse. How do you feel about your result?
I mean, I'm very happy to win a game. That was one of my ambitions for the tournament, to be honest. And to be honest, I'm not beating many guys simply over 2,600. So, I mean, any win. I mean, I know he's very tired after the World Cup and not at his best, but still, I mean, it's nice to win a game. And, it was not a bad game for me, at least. So yeah, that's... so I'm quite happy about that.
Yeah, Liner and me, we were like commentating that if you can start dealing with details in the game, that people will start asking why he doesn't have 2750 anymore. But sometimes there are like tough games. For example, you lost, I mentioned, versus Fressinet or something where you, like 10, 15 years ago, you never lose that kind of game. Yeah.
I mean, okay, I'm 54 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm more surprised by how well I am playing than when I'm losing games. I think it's completely normal, to be honest. So, I mean, any sort of positive games is a pleasant surprise, actually.
Yeah, we were actually quite impressive with your today's play. So, congratulations for your victory and good luck in the last round.
Okay, thank you.
And we are back with another winner. Congratulations, Luke. How can we call that game entertaining?
It was entertaining, yes. I think it was a sort of typical game for the late stages of the tournament. There were quite a lot of mistakes on both sides. I think I am certainly tired at this point, and I'm sure that Nicholas is as well.
Okay, let's then do fast forward, because we were discussing together, Liner and me, that, okay, A6 sort of provoking you to take on C6, which something people do anyway, but the point is that you have C3 probably. So something that you expected already, or this is your prep, your buff, or?
No, I mean, not especially. No. And C3 is a kind of, let's say, a mixed blessing. It can be a useful tempo, and I tried to make some use of it in the game, but of course, one of the themes of the Rossolimo is that White tries to often tries to kind of play with this pawns on C2, D3, E4 against the bishop on C8, and so with the pawn on C3, you kind of sort of, it points you towards a different plan in this position. So that's why I came up with this idea of playing B3, bishop A3, and D4.
Yeah, let's discuss this. So it was sort of normal. And then you play this bishop B3, bishop A3. Something you came up as a over the board inspiration, or you were sort of familiar with?
Yes, no. This is just an over the board idea. I think it's probably fine, and I think D5 here was interesting, and I wasn't absolutely sure what I was going to do after D5. I could push with E5, or I could play something like D3 or rook E1. Probably E5 makes sense here, but I wasn't quite sure. But bishop after bishop E7, the game goes in a different way.
So we were discussing that it's sort of waiting game. Who will take first? In the end, you took.
Yes, I thought about playing Queen C1 to try to be clever, but then I thought, I don't really understand why my queen is better on C1 than it was on D1. So I thought, let's not mess around and just take this.
Take, and then it became non-standard, quite new position.
Yes, there is this strange tension in the center, because Black would like to play D6 at some moment, but I always have this idea of responding with E5 and trying to get some outposts for my knights on C5 and E5. Equally, if Black plays, for example, F takes E4, Knight takes E4. Now it's very hard for Black to ever play C5. Or if you play D6 and then C5, you'll have a lot of weak pawns. So that's not so nice either. So we're both kind of waiting to try to not be the first one to capture. So rook E3 was in the same spirit of kind of waiting for the capture on E4. King H8. Knight E5, D6.
This looked normal for you, yeah?
Well, yes, but here there is a practical problem after F4 that I have a difficult decision to make, and I'm sure that I think I made the wrong decision here. Maybe I should have put the rook on F3 or H3 or something, but it looks very clumsy over there, and I didn't want to do that.
Here, Liner was mentioning even possibility to take, although it's quite challenging.
Yes, I don't. At least during the game, I didn't think it was very good because of Queen. A lot of play on the king side. I don't know. Queen G5, Queen H5 looks like a good start to me, and it's very easy. You just double these rooks on the F file, and you also have threats against the H pawn.
You went for this G3.
Yeah, so this was kind of ambitious way to play, and I was hoping that I would manage to kind of put pressure on this f-pawn. I see the engine is not very impressed with the move a5. I thought it was a good move, so
we were thinking the same.
Around this stage of the game, I think we were both quite confused.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
I don't understand.
It was a hard moment because all you did was point into the plan with rook e3 and so on, but it seemed that at this moment, because he has this bishop a6 and eventually bishop e2 ideas, you had to like play more in the center. It'd be probably e5. Yeah.
And is this is somehow good for me?
So if now d5, you probably start jumping, huh? I believe. And engine is quite happy, but for human, doesn't look so simple, huh? Bishop.
Yeah, actually, this is the kind of scenario I was hoping for or thinking about, and I thought I will sacrifice an exchange on e2 if necessary. But yeah, it's I made a miscalculation in the game because after rook e3, I missed the move queen.
And the rook is hanging, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I thought I was expecting something like queen f6 or queen f7, let's say, e5, d5, knight a4, and at some point I will sacrifice on e2, and a little bit similar to what we were just looking at.
But this queen g4, queen g5 was unpleasant.
Queen g5, and well, it's more than unpleasant because also there is a terrible threat of queen takes e3.
Yeah.
So it's not only that I can't take the pawn, but I also have to put my queen on a square that's not very...
Yeah, because after rook c2, you're not controlling bishop f1 stuff. So.
Exactly. So I need this rook to be on the first rank, or so it seemed to me. Yeah.
d5 you expected?
No, I didn't expect d5 either. This was a rather unpleasant position, but... it's a strange one because I had the feeling that black is doing much better, of course, but it's not that easy to kind of break through here. It's not really obvious what black should play for. So I have to at least just make some moves and hope for the best. And it seems that I was sort of...
No, you were doing it.
Get away with it.
No, you were doing it because now it's
C6?
quite complicated.
Right.
Rook c8,
C8
is tempting, but it seems that it was a mistake.
Yes, so the one important thing is that after rook takes c8...
Yeah, checkmate on a8.
Well, but also after h6, I have the important move rook. So rook takes c8, rook takes a6, h6, and I swing back rook c6, and now I'm out of danger. So bishop takes c8, rook e5, and we were both down to very few minutes, and the next few moves is...
Yeah, this h6, it seems to be a mistake, but it's not easy to understand that this square is needed for the queen, right?
Yeah, king g8 was better.
But after queen h6, I can also
so he said king g8 and then wait,
first,
and then it's not simple.
That's a very hard move to find.
Yeah.
I would probably play g4 like in the game, I guess.
But now this queen h6 probably something changes something, but I don't know why. But this is the case.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but then I think let's say from like this position, that you when c5 happened, and maybe even here, that you played really, really well. It was hard to navigate, not to lose immediately or something.
I mean, I was making only moves as far as I could see.
What do you think? G4 was missed by him, or?
I doubt it. But I think probably the situation was already quite frustrating for him because he must have known that he was doing very well, and that it became much more difficult here.
And now you didn't let him off the hook. You just played all the best moves.
Okay.
Probably just game over. The way how you.
Right. Okay.
Okay, it's easy with engine, but maybe during the game you need to calculate.
During the game, I was very nervous about missing some.
No, everything
was tactic.
Everything was perfectly played. You even had some time to enjoy with leaving rook and price.
Yeah, queen e4 was.
Look, this was nice. I believe that.
Yeah,
that
I guess it's probably not the only way, but it does the job in a.
Yeah. But I think he was also aware that for the last few moves he need to give checks, but objectively speaking, he cannot perpetually do the perpetual. I believe that you're quite happy with the outcome.
I'm
Yes.
absolutely delighted. Yes,
And-
especially considering the mess I got myself into in the middle of the game. Yes.
In terms of standing, you are now together with Mickey on 50%. Could be better, but could be worse as well.
Exactly. It's well, I'm very happy that I've managed to win a couple of games here. That's
And today is a round for English chess. Yeah, because you are
so it
winning.
is.
Yeah, and maybe even 4 out of 4 might happen. So quite a good day.
okay.
Okay, thanks, Luke,
Thank you.
for joining. We will check last moments of the last game of the round.
Thanks.
So we will slowly finish our day. Let's check the last moments of Jones versus Mishra. It seems that Gawain has managed to outplay him.
Yeah,
Like,
finally, it's practically it's always difficult to defend this kind of positions because one little mistake and all of a sudden the problems are worse and it's easy to lose control completely. So
Engine says that it's dead, lost, but maybe we can just get some insight of Nikita's Svityugov game. So let's do some short analysis because this game will end. Come, Nikita. You can get this mic if I'm not mistaken. Is it working just right? Yeah.
Okay.
Is it good? Yeah. Okay, so congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
Let's do some fast analysis. Maybe some point you want to touch.
Right. So the opening, yes, this Queen G4 is quite an important move, which I knew because if I take immediately on D4, then I'm kind of slightly worse. Yes, it's Knight D4 takes. This endgame is slightly worse. Yeah?
Okay.
So Queen G4 I knew. Then after Knight C5 I was on my own. So actually, yes, I'm not sure how reasonable I played. I think.
No, you played very well, if I'm not mistaken, Liner. Huh? You can.
Yeah, Bishop C5. I was slightly worried about Knight D5, Rook C4.
yeah, that's what we were thinking. Yeah.
Looks critical. Yeah, Rook C4, and I have a choice: Rook A E8 or Rook F8. But I can't say that I was I was optimistic because yes, the move pile played is it's there, but it's not the most challenging. Yeah, because after Rook C4.
Black still has to solve some problems.
Definitely, because say Rook F8, Knight takes C4, and the same game I'm not sure. Yes, Rook takes C4, Queen D5, Rook C4, queen c4, bishop takes c4, and well, white is pawn up, and I didn't see the direct way to make a draw. So probably I would go rook a8, but here it's not. Well, again, yes, knight takes c4, knight e3 check, takes, and I need this rook on f8 to protect f7, yes, but white has rook f4 here, and, well, again, I'm not sure, yes, probably rook takes f4, because I do have rook takes c4, rook g4, but it's, well, I wasn't sure, because rook takes c4, he takes with the pawn, yes, rook f4, e takes f4, and rook e8, I believe, and he has something like king f2, yeah? King f2, queen, I don't know, if like, say, I go queen h3, then queen h1, probably queen h5 was my intention, yeah, h4, and, well, I do have some compensation, but, well, it looks fine, yeah, for black, but still, I'm, like, probably I would go here, yeah, to this position. Anyway,
yeah, maybe you come inside or something and then wait a bit. It's not so simple for.
It's not simple at all, yeah. But still, I believe it was kind of critical because here I believe I'm just fine. I wasn't sure if I was better or not, but well, I've just
you played very well. Here we were thinking, is knight c4 the right move? Will you go anyway to attack, or you will consolidate a bit on the d file? So we were not sure if this
like
helping. It is helping.
Yeah,
we did some c6 to keep.
Yeah. Queen e2 looks
because the way how it happened.
Quite
actually,
normal to me, yeah.
Yeah.
H5, yeah, probably Pavel underestimated something. Yeah, here I wasn't sure about instead of rook, right, rook d2, queen 6. I wasn't sure about knight a5 here, but probably it's some because well, if I go h4 is quite tempting, but well, how do I mate him after knight takes b7? I wasn't sure. Well, it looks like a fantastic compensation. Just h3, yeah.
No, I'm not sure. I'm just thinking myself
because I can't. Well, I mean, like say.
This is not a move, or maybe it's a move. I don't know.
If I take on g3, then he just takes. It's not. Yeah, it's not good. It takes knight c3, queen c1, rook h5, rook h1, and it's gone. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. So. How do I proceed? I wasn't sure about that because if I go b6 instead of h4, then it gets a bit uncomfortable. Yeah? b6, knight b3, and well,
correct.
Yeah, the knight is coming to d4. So
yeah.
Probably I have to go h4, but well.
But also from his perspective, you know, when. It also looks a little bit for you. You're searching for compensation, and for him, when he watches from the white,
risky, yeah.
Yes, you see that h3 is coming, and suddenly,
it's extremely risky for him.
But what is the point? So after king goes
king g1,
yeah, now knight c3, and then queen g4.
What queen g4?
Okay. Sorry. What do you play now with? Sorry. Knight c3 is useless move. I don't threaten anything.
I wasn't sure here. Yeah?
Maybe it's better to not to commit to h3 too soon, no? Because you could in some lines take on g3, but not so clear how to like with pawn on h4 and king on g2. Maybe
I don't know.
Can I start transferring my knight somehow? G4, E5 too slow.
Knight F6 and even
probably too slow.
Knight D8 is there, yeah. Knight D8, yeah. Like
yeah.
So it's.
But okay, engine is very optimistic in this position, probably because overestimating this pawn.
I believe he's just fond of this pawn, but well, it's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy to prove. Yeah, because in the game, the game unfolded in quite a comfortable way for me because like here h4 and yeah. Probably Pile kind of under.
Rook g5 is a nice.
Okay, it's
nice motive.
Nice, but kind of easy. Yeah, check, and I believe that Pavel thought that his position is better than it actually was. Yeah, because optically it looks like White has to pawn. Yes,
and control. Yeah,
yeah. But this Rook d8, I believe it's quite an important move. Yeah, because. And this knight on c4, yes,
it's unstable.
Yeah, it doesn't have support, any support here. Yeah.
By the way, Gawain, I think, won the game.
Right. So yeah, Actually, I'm not sure where he could have played better. Probably, yeah. I mean, it looks logical. Queen h5. This what king.
But let's say it's somehow, Nikita, that it's logical that you'll end up in this kind of position somewhere. Let's say when you liquidate.
Yeah.
Let's say around here. This is some kind of normal outcome. And now it's a question: is it a fortress or not? But it's probably not. Right?
I don't believe in fortresses. Yeah. No, because here it's optically. I was quite confident that it's White can't hold it, because it's just, well, they just can't. I mean, it's it comes down to, well, what happened in the game. It's just one of the possible scenarios, because this rook on f4 is, well, it's eventually is.
We were just discussing f3 if he didn't play it.
Right, so
I don't know.
Like king what?
Yeah, king g3.
And then what? Well, I mean, I believe after h3, f5 it's gone. Yeah, I mean,
it's over.
Closed,
It's over. So just okay. Here, only thing you shouldn't allow king e2. If when you play queen d3, it's over.
Yeah.
So here is just a question.
King g3. I mean,
but we actually managed somehow to find a way to.
We were actually considering more g5 than f5. f5 was very strong just because the rook then doesn't have. I mean, it's easy to get the sooks one, but we were kind of checking. I think mostly instead of queen
and then
d5,
some g4 at the right moment.
Even instead of queen d5, like one move earlier, just taking rook g4.
Rook g4, yes,
and then
how then?
Queen d.
I wasn't sure about
queen
that.
d.
Yes,
queen
somehow
d1.
you force him to play f3, right? Queen d1, yes.
Yeah, now you play
f3.
f3 now
queen
check.
e2,
Yeah, king
g3, queen f1.
Yeah.
And then
I wasn't sure.
And then queen goes to f2, right?
Right, and
knight e5 at the end.
Let's say
it's
here,
like queen g1, king h3, queen f2, knight e5, and then you lose a tempo somehow.
Yes, this is what we were discussing. So knight is on e5.
Yeah, queen
how
e1,
it goes like this,
king
right?
h3, queen f2, knight e5.
And now this position with black on the move.
You mean
with white on the move, black is winning, right?
Black is winning, yeah.
Yeah, this is what we were like sort of concluding in this kind of thing.
If white, I mean, there is no
king
way.
h2, maybe
no way.
king
No
h3.
way.
Yeah, there was some way. What was the way?
When?
Like here, here. Yeah, instead of king g3,
King h2, king h2 here, king h2.
Oh, maybe it's not simple.
Yeah, still not so simple.
We were thinking that this might end up in this scenario, and then you need to.
Yeah.
But actually, what instead of f3, you mentioned that. So how would you go for it instead of f3? Let's say.
Like my intention was just to
here.
lose the tempo here. So somehow, like queen. I don't know, queen. Can I go queen h?
Well,
no, I can't.
Because rook f5, huh?
Yes.
Rook c5.
No, but sorry.
Queen d.
Right.
Queen d7, queen c6, queen d5. This way or?
Here I wasn't sure about e4. Yeah, after queen d7, e4.
So queen d3, let's say.
Queen d3, it's same. Yeah, it's repetition.
It's repetition.
King g2. No, after king g3, actually, Pavel immediately replied with f3, so I didn't have time to.
But okay, you can do it with the king, maybe, huh?
Lose the tempo.
Yeah. Like,
can you lose it with the king h6?
And G5 here doesn't make any difference, yeah. So G5 I wasn't absolutely sure here. Rook G4 somehow it looks awkward, but it holds. Yeah, I mean it's looks extremely awkward, but it's
very awkward. Yeah. Queen D1 now F3 or.
So why? Okay, you don't need to hurry. But let's say, okay, if I wait, so how do you wait? If I triangle?
Yeah.
King H.
I don't know.
King H2 or
King H2, maybe
G5, no?
even G5 here.
Take Rook G4, Queen F3. Yeah.
Looks winning,
yeah, I don't know how now. What white can do?
Rook G2, but
Rook G2, yeah.
But
yes, probably just
it always looks bad, but
Queen D5 with King on
with the Rook on G2 and King on H2, some Queen D5.
Everything wins according to engine, but of course, at least this King H6 is some kind of human play. Human playing G5, it's not the best move. F3, speeding up the process a bit.
Yeah, here
this is over.
Here it's over. Yeah, it becomes straightforward. Yeah.
Probably you're just winning anyway. Some just need to maybe win with different scenarios. You cannot win with one plan. This might be a conclusion. I don't know. Do you agree? But you're winning with F5 in one way, another way you're triangle.
I'm not sure how, but I'm certain. I mean,
yes,
it's clear that the position. It's a winning position for black, but well, another question is if one is able to convert it, yeah, because still it's white has some chances, yeah, some practical chances.
Yeah. Anyway, Nikita, it's nice to win with the black pieces in the penultimate round. Now you are sharing you're third place alone, right?
Yeah, third.
Yeah. So +1. I believe that you cannot be unhappy.
I'm happy.
Yeah. Okay. So we will conclude our day with this analysis. See us tomorrow, same time, last round of this event. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.